Cannot vote, cannot speak, cannot discuss, no, none of that. None of that.
Committee meeting for May 5th, 2025. Counselor Smith.
Here.
Gwaltney.
Here.
Alamon's out. Brandt. Here. And Mr. Hart.
Hopefully he will join us momentarily. All right, can I get a motion to dispense with the reading and approval of the minutes from our meeting on April 21st? God, it seems like a long time ago.
So moved.
All right, motion for Mr. Gwaltney.
Second.
Second for Mr. Brandt. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 3-0, to approve those minutes as produced. Okay. I have some folks coming for a street light issue, which I'm going to let them go first so they can get out of here, but until they get inside the building. On our old business agenda, we have 020225, which is request permission to provide an update on the Kenilworth Stormwater Project from Mr. Smith. There's some good news on that front.
We're getting really close. The rain last week has slowed them down a little bit.
Yeah.
And then one of the homeowners they're going to have to regrade some things, but yeah, it's moving forward. They're hoping to be out by Friday.
Out completely?
They hope.
And that's just from the construction side. That's not from the re-landscape improve that
So they
side.
will do the re-landscaping. I'll have something coming to you guys in a couple of weeks for the fence
Oh,
behind
right.
John's house,
Mhm.
and then some gutter work up on Kenilworth.
Okay,
Yeah.
and are they going to, at any point in the near future, maybe I should address this question to Randy, put the mirror back up?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, and is that gonna go, I guess that'll go in front of the fence line? Is that what the
It'll
plan is?
be attached to the fence.
Oh, it's gonna be attached to the fence.
Is there any space in between the fence and the curb to?
There's a little bit, but not much.
We'll have to look at it.
Okay,
We'll get
because,
it in there.
okay, because if that's the case, because the fence probably will be when to go up? It'll be a while. If it's
It'll
still-
be within a month.
Okay, within a month, okay. Because I know I've had a lot of people call me about how perilous it has become trying to turn left off of a ridge onto Kenilworth without the mirror, because you just can't see.
Or you can't see.
You can't see down the
Right.
hill, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
You have the mirror, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, so, I mean, I don't know, maybe we can come up with a temporary solution until we can figure out whether we're gonna have room for it or however we're gonna do it.
I'll
All
take
right.
a look at it tomorrow and see if we can do something temporary.
Okay, that'd be great, Randy, thank you so much. Hey, okay, now, okay, so that one, 02/02/25, we're gonna carry that over, keep it on the agenda for the finale of that project. Hi, guys. Okay, now I'm gonna skip down, sorry, I'm doing a little jumping around tonight. I'm going to jump down to item from the old business agenda, 07/04/25, which is request for consideration to add a street light at 1455 in that area. Overlook Road, coming to us from myself and Randy Hambley. And actually, originally, item coming to us from Claire and Merrill, who are residents on Overlook. And Merrill came to me with this idea, left me a fantastic voicemail message, and I'm gonna let them say why the need for the light, and then we can talk about it.
I want a street light on our street because if I stay at a friend's house late, like 6 o'clock, sometimes it'll be dark, and like I walk home, and it's really dark.
A little scary.
dangerous.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and there is a light down at the bottom of
Yeah.
Overlook at the intersection of Overlook and Melrose. It's back the other way, Brian, sorry, down on the other end of the hill. Yeah, down there. And it had gotten way overgrown by privet and vines and such, and we did clear that off, which is great. But when you come up further up Overlook and their house is over here on the side, there's really not any light up there. So talking about adding a light a little bit further up closer to their house so that it will be a little bit safer for Merrill and anybody who's walking on the street. When I was out there looking, there was neighbors walking their dogs and things. So I think it's, and Brandy said that we have a place for it and a need for it. So Randy has the price, and we would be setting a new pole, correct?
Right.
Okay, we'd be setting a new pole, and do we know exactly like where that would be?
It would be in close proximity to that cell tower pole they got in front of 1455.
Yeah, okay, Brian, can you go
Thank you.
back up the street where you
Yeah.
were before? Sorry, I keep jumping you all over the place too. You can see it back there in the background. That pole, as it exists now, is, yeah, it's like a cable or a,
Yeah, I
Whatever.
believe it's like a cell tower or
Yeah.
something on it, but it's not owned by Alabama Power, so they would have to set
a new pole. And I assume there's another pole over there that's kind of a little bit further, well, over there. Is that that's a telephone, I guess, and they probably can't do that either. They have to put their lights on their poles,
On
right?
their poles,
Yeah,
right.
okay. So that is the case. We're gonna be setting a new pole, and the cost of, adding,
Just ask a question.
oh, sure, certainly.
I don't know the answer. Is there any way we could just get them to replace that pole?
I mentioned using that pole, to put the light on, and they said they did not own it, that I think Verizon owns it. So,
So it's not Alabama Power.
yeah.
No, it's not their pole at all. If it was their pole, that we could go ahead and put the light on.
That's what I was hoping was that they might just put a new pole there, that, so it would be
Sorry.
one instead of two. But
Yeah, but I think whoever owns that pole,
Now Verizon did put calls to run underground power to their pole. So
Thank
Alabama
you.
Power's gonna be able to branch off of that and the other poles, so that saved a lot.
Yeah, I wish we could get rid of the other pole altogether, but there we are. So the cost, the annual cost of the new light will be $161.28, coming out of our street light, line item, and, that is the request. Do I have any questions from anybody, or for Merrill or Claire? Okay.
I'd make a motion.
All right, make a motion to approve from Mr. Gwaltney and a second from Mr. Brandt, I think that was. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now we are 4-0 because Mr. Harden has joined us. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
So we will be, this is also going to be in public safety. Y'all do not have to stay.
Okay.
But thank y'all for coming, and Merrill, you did a great job. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank
Excellent
you.
job, buddy.
you.
All right, thank y'all. Have a good night. Okay, now we're going to jump again. Mr. Harden has joined us, and we are going to jump to the bottom of the new business agenda, to item number 440425, request for consultation for Creekside Infrastructure Development, coming to us from our mayor, Mr. Wyatt. And I am going to, at this point, say, first of all, I know we have some folks here, and we have folks from Sanford and Landmark, and then we also have some residents who are here. I'm going to be turning the meeting over to Mr. Gwaltney because I actually have a conflict on this item. Local lawyers who are working with Landmark Development and Sanford are partners in my husband's law firm. So I'm going to have to step aside from this item. Mr. Gwaltney is going to lead the discussion of this tonight. And yeah, it's all yours.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. So just a couple of housekeeping items. I wanted, since a lot of folks probably haven't been here before. So we'll have I assume we'll have a presentation. You'll run through the details of the ask, and then we'll open up the item for commentary from council, from others that want to provide input. The one thing I would say is, because we have a pretty healthy agenda this evening, if you have, if you hear the same comment made repeatedly, we want everyone to feel like they're heard for sure. So if you have something, feel free to stand up and, add it to the discussion. But if it's been repeated quite a few times, just be mindful of that so we can address the items and get the other folks that are waiting back to their families before it gets too late. But there will also be, just for scheduling purposes, we'll also have another meeting in Planning and Development on May 19th to discuss this item. That meeting will start at 5 p.m. And then additionally, another opportunity for commentary will be when these items are before the full council on June 9th at 6 p.m. And that will be in the room next door. So there's lots of opportunities to provide feedback. We want everyone to feel like they're being heard. So you guys are ready to go? Let's do it.
Can we plug in just directly for a presentation?
Probably go talk to Brian.
Yeah.
Is this the same one that you're using for planning commission?
Yeah, I can airdrop it too, but,
Is that it?
oh, no.
Oh, here, just grab a seat. Let me know once you
Oh, absolutely. Good. Feel free. Sorry. I'll let you wait.
Well, I'm Bob Dunn with Landmark Development. I'll just quickly make mention of some of those that are here with me. Dr. Colin Coyne, who I believe everyone probably knows, with Samford University. Lynette Crandall, Stuart Zadra, Jeff Polishek with Samford University, Elizabeth Brightlow, David Davis are all part of the Samford Horizons team. Appreciate the time tonight. We wanted to touch on sort of two main topic areas as we go through the discussion, and certainly happy to answer any questions that you have. I believe we circulated or handed out a letter or a memo that we've drafted that we want to share with the city. The purpose of that document really is to try and frame the whole thought behind the Samford Horizons and Creekside development in terms of really what we believe are the underpinnings of how this impacts quality of life in Homewood. That's really the purpose of that document, just to try and succinctly capture the breadth of that argument. That's come together over a period of months. One of the things that I think is important to acknowledge is when you have an institution in higher education as your partner, community engagement is sort of in their DNA. This process that we've tried to organize has been very much focused on having an open, transparent discussion and dialogue within the community. No matter how you start the process, right, when you first put an idea on the table, it generates a lot of reaction, and that's certainly been the case with this opportunity, really like any project that we see. But I think it's important to note that we've been very committed to, and we will continue to carry this process of community engagement. One of the things that we've done is to organize what we call the Development Advisory Group. It's a group of about 18 people. Some of them are here tonight. What I want to mention there is that this is not a group that we put together of endorsers of the project. This is a group of objective, respected, well-known minds who all represent different viewpoints on this project. That's one way in which we've tried to build this approach to community engagement, to get people at the table with us to start to think through, vet these ideas, and help us shape a plan that I think can be a better plan. I'm not saying that's the extent of community engagement. We've hosted listening sessions, we've hosted public presentations, we've done a lot of different things to gain community feedback and community input. And I think that process is proving that it works. One of the things that we've seen and learned as we've gone through that was, everything we're studying, we're trying to find ways to add to the community, to bring benefit to the community. There's no question that with Creekside East, there was going to be negative consequences by putting certain facilities in the Creekside East location, track, soccer. No matter how we went about it, we studied different ways to restore, rebuild, relocate, habitat. No matter what alternative we looked at, there were going to be negative consequences. And we simply stepped back, and with a lot of good feedback and input, we said, we've got to find a better way. How can we find a better way to solve that aspect of the project? And that really was the outcome of community engagement. And so I think the process is proving to work. We're going to continue this process well on down the line. We put the DAG together because we think it can be a very effective means of helping us work through the information. And then beyond the DAG, we'll continue to do outreach and to gain broader community input as we go. So just wanted to share that with you. The point of the memo that you have in front of you is really fourfold. I think this is the best way that we can harness what the real opportunity is with the Samford Horizons and Creekside development. I think it best fits into these four categories. Number one, we see opportunity where it can really strengthen the quality of education in Homewood at the K-12 level and on up to the Samford University level. We don't talk a lot about it, but I think it's important to underscore that higher education is going through very significant transformation and change. Universities are facing challenges they've not seen before. To address that, we created the idea of Samford Horizons as Samford University's way to respond to the dynamics in the market and strengthen their future as, if not the largest private employer in Homewood, certainly one of the largest employers, but more importantly, using the investment that it will take to to drive forward Sanford Horizons to have benefit well beyond the confines of campus. So point one, and we'll get into this in a little bit more detail, how this can be used as a lever to strengthen the quality of education in all respects in Homewood. Number two, defining and building civic assets. We'll talk about what that means. Again, the opportunity here to do things that can improve access and education around the watershed. Safety and security, building a bridge over Lakeshore Drive. Building recreational facilities that can be additive to the community, not taking away from the community. Those types of things can be outcomes from this type of economic development plan. Environmental stewardship, we've learned a lot in this respect and really believe that this project can be really a showpiece to demonstrate how community can come together, promote land development in harmony with the watershed and natural habitat and the environment overall, and really use this as a proving point of better ways to address development in harmony with the watershed and beyond. And then community investment is really what we're going to talk about today. We've done a tremendous amount of work around this. We've been at it quite a while, and I have to say we've been really impressed with and pleased with the level of fiscal impact that this project can generate for the city and for Homewood schools. Frankly, well beyond what we initially thought it might generate in terms of new tax revenues to the city and the school district. So that's kind of the primary thrust of tonight's discussion. Just in general terms, you know, what is the community investment program? How do we think of this? Number one, we kind of harness this around the idea of civic anchored economic development. Our company for 30 years, this is pretty much all that we've done. Creating economic development programs around civic anchors. For us, civic anchors mean higher institutions in higher education, healthcare, sports and entertainment, and more recently, meaning the last 5 to 10 years, we would say transit. If you look at the pattern of growth in cities, the greatest opportunity to grow tax base and to grow a city is around these civic anchors. So that's kind of at the foundation of this idea. It's about using economic development and private investment to improve the quality of life factors for Homewood and for Sanford University. Can't deny the fact that I come from Madison, Wisconsin, one of the great college towns in America. Consistently, when you look at the studies that are done there, when a decision is made to recruit a student or a faculty, it's almost equally weighted in what we see in some of the research that is done there between picking a school and picking a city where that school is located. And that's part of the opportunity that we see here. Really what you're going to see through the balance of this presentation is this is all about leveraging private investment in a way that will generate significant new incremental tax base. We've worked in a lot of really distressed cities, and that's a different conversation around a table like this. That is not your situation, and you're fortunate that it's not. But regardless of that, I don't think we've engaged with a city or a state for a very long time where they were not facing just massive challenges to meet capital and operating budgets. And those trends don't seem to have any path to subside as we look to the future. And so finding new and innovative ways to leverage private investment to grow tax base is sort of become economic development 101, and that's the framework of what we call the CIP. Our consultant team, we've hired 2 consultants, AECOM, who we do a lot of this work with. If they're not the leader in the industry, they're certainly neck and neck with whoever would be. The analysis that you're going to see, we fully developed with AECOM, and then we thought, frankly, the numbers are big. They're impressive. So we went to PFM as well, and we said, all right, let's create a secondary set of economic models to make sure that the numbers that we're seeing hold up when we put them through another lens and another test. So that's the team that we've brought together. Go back a slide if you would. And again, if we brought Chris Brewer from AECOM here, he would stress over and over and over again that the best opportunity for cities to drive economic development ties to the civic anchors of a community. The return, the payback, the tax generation goes way beyond other forms of economic development that we see all over the country these days. I'm going to go through these slides pretty quickly. I don't want to sit here and, we've shared this information with you. I don't want to sit here and read off 30 bullet points on every page, but I'll try and hit the highlights. You know, why is a program like our CIP important to a city? What I just said. The budgetary pressures cities are facing are growing at almost an exponential pace. Cities like Homewood have a certain set of challenges because you don't have the natural ability to grow at your periphery. That's a good and bad thing. The most expensive way to grow a city is at the periphery, by far. The opportunity we have here is really an infill development opportunity, working off existing infrastructure largely, capitalizing on a civic anchor. And one of the things that's been impressive to us when we measure the return on this type of thing, it's at the very high end of what we see with these types of projects, and it's dominantly because it's an infill development tied together with a civic anchor that has to invest significant private capital to grow. And so those are, like, if you could pull levers on economic development, you kind of have the opportunity here to pull all the right levers, including Homewood's just an incredibly strong community. The market demand here is very strong. Rent levels will be high. I mean, you've got all the positive factors working for you. As I said, oftentimes we launch these efforts and we're trying to climb out of a deep, deep hole. And that just introduces a set of challenges that you're fortunate not to have here. There's other factors that just make attracting private investment to a community very challenging today, the capital markets and what have you. One of the things that we're learning about, I'm not going to suggest to you that we're experts on it yet, but the lid, from what we can tell, is a real impediment to growing your tax base to support capital investment and maintaining the high quality schools that you have. That's just it's one of those roadblocks, if you will, that we think this program can help overcome. And the last point here is simply, if not this, then what? I'm not trying to suggest that the city of Homewood has to do anything, but as time goes on and the realities of budgets and what have you become more and more real, it would seem to us and to our whole team that this is an opportunity that we really only ask. Let's give it full consideration, as we gave you in the letter. Let's get all the issues on the table where we think there's merit in this and judge it in its entirety, rather than taking an issue and an issue and an issue one at a time. So in the alternative, absent a program like this, in most cities what you're left with is raising taxes on homeowners and on businesses, and no one wants to have their taxes raised. How can a successful CIP program be established? Number one, the measurables are what this presentation is all about, and we think there's a very strong, sort of an overwhelming body of evidence that supports the fiscal model that's been established here. It starts with there's nearly $1 billion of investment over time in what we see as the Sanford Horizons development plan. That's just an enormous number, but the costs have risen so rapidly. Anything that we talk about today that used to be $400 million is now approaching $1 billion. I mean, the costs are just beyond reason, beyond imagination. But that level of investment is what stands behind Sanford Horizons. What's important to think about as we have this discussion is, I think fair to say, new to the city of Homewood, this is a multi-phased master plan mixed-use development, meaning there's a certain civic infrastructure that has to be built that enables any building we talk about to be built. I would compare it almost to an industrial park. Cities all over the country build industrial parks. They lay the roads, the sewer, the water, the stormwater, the lighting, the signage, the landscaping, to entice businesses to want to come in and take a lot and build a vertical building on that lot. This is somewhat like that. I don't think there are too many instances where, and you've got some new zoning text that contemplates this type of development, where you've had this type of multi-year, long-term, multi-phase development. And it causes us to think about the project in an entirely different way. In a certain respect, we're trying to predict the future. What are the different programmatic elements that could make up this project in terms of different types of buildings and uses in the market for those? But more importantly, what is this civic infrastructure that we have to build that will make this development possible? We can't just start building it today. There's certain elements of infrastructure that have to be built. Typically, that infrastructure would be built by and funded by a city. Not always, but in most instances, that's how this type of infrastructure is built, to entice businesses to want to come and build on those sites. In this case, what we're saying is, through the CIP, shift that burden to the private sector. That's the underlying premise of this. What jumps out at us is if you took an example where a city would build infrastructure, in most cases, what the economists tell us is a city would be targeting a 1-to-1, 2-to-1 return, meaning tax revenues generated to pay back that investment. In this case, we're seeing it much higher than that, 7-to-1, 8-to-1. And the reason for that is what I said a minute ago. It's infill development, driven by private investment, with a significant civic anchor as propelling that growth, and meeting a lot of the urban lifestyle characteristics that we know do things to strengthen property values, grow rents, grow room rates on hotels, things like that. So that's why I said earlier, you've kind of got all the perfect levers to pull, and when you have those, you tend to see these return metrics for this type of program to be considerably higher. I mean, you're at the upper end of that range, and that's a positive. What does this analysis tell us? Really, you'll see a slide in just a minute here. We've broken down what the fiscal tax base gain estimates are to City of Homewood, Homewood Schools, Jefferson County, and the state of Alabama. This model, these models are it's called the in-plan model. These are used consistently in these kinds of efforts, cities small and large across the country, and it leads us to this next slide, which is really the analytical framework here. And this is the best way we could think of to represent what the CIP is really all about. What you see here is a forecast over 40 years. Why 40 years? Two reasons. And we do a lot of these types of studies. And we always sort of come back to this. Reason number one, if you think about making improvements to things like schools and what have you, by the time something like this would get moving and schools get built and what have you, typically a municipality would finance that over 25, 30, sometimes 35 years. And so hence 40 years. The other sort of bookend is the IRS tells us what the useful life of an asset is, and that's a good metric to use for this type of analysis. So I don't want to get overly technical with this. These are subjects that probably aren't resonating that interesting in the broad scheme of things, but here's the punchline. Over this time horizon, the forecasts that two economists are giving us, broken down by different streams of tax revenues, sales, property income, and then a series of other tax revenues, fees that cities derive, be as high as $400 million or more over the planning horizon to the city of Homewood. Homewood City Schools, $255 million of new tax revenues over this planning horizon. Jefferson County, 181, countywide schools, 71 million. And the state of Alabama derives the greatest return, generally, as you can see, because of the additive element is income tax, which local government doesn't share in the income tax. So, as I said, we do a lot of this type of analysis. And this is really what impressed us as we started to get into the economic modeling, and this is what took us, frankly, to then hire PFM to give ourselves a checkpoint against the numbers that we were initially seeing from AECOM. So So we call that the build scenario. You know, what are the benefits? What are the community-wide benefits of a program like this? Simplest way that we can articulate it is the build scenario driven by private investment in infrastructure and then vertical development generates a very significant tax-based growth for the city of Homewood and Homewood schools. You'll hear me say this over and over and over again, but it's the point that really jumped off the page at us. If we don't build, you know, it's idle land today, it doesn't generate tax base. It's idle land tomorrow, it doesn't generate tax base. You can easily say, you know, you can have 100% of something, but 100% of zero is still zero. And so somewhere in this economic model is reality. Frankly, we drove these numbers back, not forward. I could stand here and spend the next hour and share all kinds of additional measurables that the economists would tell us have the potential to drive these numbers up. But they're plenty big already. And this truly was what was impressive to us as we started to build this model. What are the other community-wide benefits that we see? We've begun to explore the idea of recreational sports athletic facilities. Part of that was driven by the interest in backing off of building those facilities in Creekside East. I want to be absolutely clear on this to avoid or eliminate confusion. In no way are we trying to propose, you know, a solution by moving these to the city facilities to the west of the site. We'd like to explore alternatives where if we're going to build sports and recreational facilities as part of Sanford Horizons, how can that be done in a way that would have added community benefit? Not taking any facilities away, not disrupting things due to construction, not creating confusion in the community in any way, but we'd like to start to explore what are the different alternatives of where we could invest those dollars that would only be additive to the community. That's the underlying purpose here. And we think they're significant. I mean, it's not just sports and rec. Building a bridge over Lakeshore Drive and creating a more safe environment, not just for students back and forth, but for families that live north of Lakeshore Drive, who in time will come down here on a daily basis, not putting people at risk dodging traffic, creating perhaps a boardwalk down to the creek side, creating the type of retail dining, entertainment environment that we can prove over and over and over again. You don't have to go any further than down the street or to Edgewood to understand the value that people put on that type of environment in their community. It's what draws people to want to live here. It's what draws businesses to want to locate here. One of the interesting things that I'll share with you is it's very early in the maturity of this project. We have already been approached by a number of prospective tenants. We've done a tremendous amount of market research. Overwhelmingly, what we hear, and I mean overwhelmingly what we hear, is the desire to locate in an environment like this that's pedestrian-oriented, mixed use, that has the type of amenities, lifestyle amenities, we overuse this term, seems like every day, but overwhelmingly what we hear from businesses and others is the desire to locate in an environment like this. We wouldn't normally start a marketing effort at this stage of a project when we don't even yet have a project. These are people that have reached out to us. Last couple of points, sorry. We're almost done. The bridge, strengthening Sanford's competitive position. Any city, you know, would fight to keep a major employer today. And in no way am I suggesting Sanford's going anywhere or their future's not bright. I want to try and be as clear as we can be when we make these points. But Sanford is facing dynamics in higher education they've never faced before. And it's not unique to Sanford. I mean, Colin, fair to say, higher education, the winds of change are gusting.
In the last 22 months, one university or college has closed every month.
One a month.
On average.
And what's critical here is building the type of lifestyle environment to attract students, faculty, staff, supporters of the university long term. A strong Sanford makes for a stronger Homewood. A strong Homewood makes for a stronger Sanford. That's kind of as basic a point as I can make. And then the last bullet here, I mean, these are just these are the primary benefits that we would argue when you look at this in its entirety, not on a, on a single subject by single subject by single subject, but when you look at this in its entirety, this is what we feel the community benefits can be from this program. Lastly, $1 billion almost of private investment, 900 construction jobs, 2,800 permanent jobs across the whole spectrum of industries. Some of that's Sanford's growth, some of that is growth that will come from the potential development. When you ask what is civic infrastructure, I won't go through the list, but again, these are things that are the building blocks of a plan like this. I'll explain this again in a minute, but think of it as the horizontal plan. All the things that we have to do, stormwater management, improving stormwater quality, doing things to open up awareness and education with Creekside East and Creekside West. Streets, sewer, water, lighting, parking, signage, the pedestrian bridge, potentially recreational facilities. That's what we mean when we say civic infrastructure, right? It's like building a city. We have to lay that template to then be able to do the vertical development that will follow. And it's the vertical development that generates tax base, and it's the vertical development that generates a return to us to justify funding this privately. So it's a laundry list that could go well beyond that. So last couple of points. What is the structure of the CIP? We've been at this quite a while. We've tried to study things that have been done in Homewood and, of course, things that are done throughout Alabama, and beyond that, we've got a lot of examples. I mean, this is all that we do, so we've got a lot of examples that we're very familiar with. But this is the most succinct way that we can summarize this. And I would say at this point, these are ideas. This is a proposal to the city. This is something that we think we can demonstrate has real merit, but this is something that we have to organize together. So the point is, the civic infrastructure that would be built would normally be the responsibility of a sponsoring municipality. We're saying we'll take the responsibility to build it and finance it. That list that you saw, we estimate has a cost over time of about $104 million. You don't build a nearly $1 billion project without spending significant money on infrastructure. In this case, we think it's around about $104 million. Third point is that risk is being shifted to the private sector. And this is becoming more and more common. We're not standing here, saying we're doing something miraculous. I mean, this is just where economic development is taking us these days. The next point is, what is it that we're proposing of the city? We would like to have the ability to do what we call value capture. Recover a portion of the tax base that we generate, lodging, sales, and property tax, and use that as a component of the civic infrastructure over time. It's not a risk to the city. It's not an investment by the city. These are dollars that are only created if we do the development. If we do no development, those tax dollars are not there. We're not suggesting what is most often the case, which is use existing city dollars on your existing city budget and use those dollars to build infrastructure. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is the increment that private investment generates, we'd like to use a portion of that over a period of time, not Homewood City School property taxes, right? Those kick in day one, but the portion that comes to the city. That's the underlying proposal. We call that a value capture. Basically what we're suggesting is of that $104 million over time, 20 years, that would cover about 20 to 25%, 23 to 27% of the total cost of that civic infrastructure. When you measure it against the total fiscal return to the city, it's a much smaller percentage, if that makes sense, right? That graph that I showed you, that 12% is calculated on that full graph, not the 23% is $24 million of a $100 million investment. So time factors in here. It's like you mortgage your house, right? If you buy a $400,000 home, you buy a $400,000 home. If you add up the cost to amortize it over 25 years, it looks like a much different number. And again, just the last point is, one of the questions you'll see at the end is, what's the risk to the city? If the taxes aren't there, it's our risk, 100%. I don't want to overlook that point. It's a point that oftentimes is overlooked. But if for whatever reason these forecasts are wrong, we've invested $100 million in the ground, and it's our responsibility to cover that cost, not the city's. We're relying on our own forecasts of tax revenue. We're not asking the city to take a risk with us. Last couple of slides, this graphic just sort of demonstrates normally what would be done. Traditional infrastructure investment is municipally financed. Here we'll put that burden on the private sector, and we hope to convince you that it's a worthwhile consideration to structure this in this way, where we recover a portion of those taxes that we generate. Last slide, I believe. What are the risks to the city of Homewood? When the private sector is taking the risk to build it and finance it, and the build risk today is real. These numbers that we see in construction change almost daily. There's a considerable risk in taking on the responsibility to build this. You have a public works department, you build things day after day after day. I mean, it's fair to say the risks of costs are like we've probably never seen them before. It's very unpredictable. And the cost of financing, no different. The interest rate cycle is a guessing game now, but we're prepared to shoulder that risk. The CIP is structured as a value capture mechanism. As I said, these revenues are only generated through the private investment that we build vertically. You know, I've heard the term, this is an incentive program. There's a point of distinction that I want to make to that. Normally, and we do a lot of this, you know, incentive programs where municipal dollars go into a project. We've done a tremendous amount of that, and there's reasons why you do that. I would not characterize this as an incentive program. I would characterize it more as an investment program because of the fact of what I said. This is money going into infrastructure. This is not money going into an asset from which someone derives a return on investment. But it's not an incentive into a vertical building. It's money that's going into building infrastructure that does enable the opportunity to build the vertical development. So you may consider that a subtle distinction. We think it's a very meaningful distinction. Last couple of points. Don't believe that there's real economic risk to the city. The risk of the CIP is really borne by the private sector. And last point would simply be the real risk, we would argue, is the opportunity cost of not taking advantage of these levers that you can uniquely pull in partnership with Sanford, where there's a need and a willingness and a desire to make major investment in the community, but to do it in a way that the benefits of that extend well beyond the four walls of Sanford University. As I said, we've done a lot of this type of work over the years. Those types of partnerships are hard to find. No one's looking for a pat on the back. We're just saying, let's work together and try and find every advantage and every opportunity that can come from this type of investment, and ultimately do the types of things that really are known to add to the quality of life and the value of Homewood for residents, businesses, Sanford, visitors, you know, everyone that calls the city of Homewood their home. So we'll end it there. Happy to answer any questions. Hopefully that was somewhat instructive, not too far down in the weeds.
No, it was good. Thank you for taking the time to go through it. A couple of things so we've got lots of folks in the room, but we also have folks online because the meeting is streamed. Can you detail, just for people that may not be aware and haven't been to any of the community engagement meetings, what the project looks like? What's going to occur on Creekside West and what will occur on Creekside East?
Sure. Let me start with Creekside East. That's maybe a little bit easier to explain. When we first laid out the plan for Creekside East, there's a series of ideas that we've had about how to really improve access to and awareness and education about the watershed. That was sort of the first thought that we had there. I mean, it's an incredible natural habitat, and how, with a partner in higher education, with our biologists and scientists and others, how can we really use this as a showpiece, and hence the name, the Creekside District. In addition to that, there are currently sports and rec fields there now for intramural. those will stay. There's some parking on site and what have you. Of course, we know that it's where the salamanders reside for a good part of the year. That will not change. We had also looked at the idea of moving the track and soccer complex. I stopped short of calling it a stadium because stadium creates this connotation of a big structure and what have you. It's really a track and soccer complex. We had looked at different ways to locate that Creekside East. We're no longer proposing that because of what we've discovered through the community engagement efforts. We've taken that part off the table, but we want to maintain sort of the foundational elements that really are about making that kind of a hallmark of the overall development as it relates to the watershed and opportunities that we have there for education. Creekside West. The plan for Creekside West, and I don't have the exact program parked in the back of my mind, but I think I can get it pretty close. About 125,000 square feet of lifestyle retail. And when I say lifestyle retail, it's the type of retail that will complement downtown, Edgewood, other parts of the community. It's additive, but it's the type of retail that we know is what attracts people to a city like Homewood. And there are endless examples that we can point to. That's the first part of it. There's a proposed hotel that we have in the current development plan. We've had a fair amount of feedback on the hotel, its height. Can't say we've had much feedback other than the height. We're working on some things there to address height. We're proposing what we term Sanford affiliate or Sanford related housing. That's not intended to be student housing. That's intended to be, there will be graduate students, law students, but faculty, professors, those that have a true affiliation with Sanford and senior housing and owner-occupied housing. That's the concept of Sanford affiliate housing, and if I remember right, I think the approved development plan would include about 435 units of Sanford affiliate housing. There's a certain amount of commercial office that's around 100,000 square feet, likely to be structured parking. I think that's the breadth of the program as best as I can describe it. From that, there will be a series of infrastructure elements like, we hope to be able to make the bridge across Lakeshore Drive work. So hopefully that gives you just a general concept of what West and East really are intending in terms of the development plan.
I do think so. Thank you for that clarification. One additional item that I noted before we get into the discussion and commentary. So on one slide, you had 23% for the incentive ask of the $104 million, and then you had a range of 24 to 28% on another slide. So that we can have a clear delineation of what we're considering. What is the 23% that you're asking for, or do you want us to decide a range or something in that range for you?
Yeah, that's something we should work out. We're just trying to give you the presentation of the numbers. It's in the mid 20% range is what we estimate the value capture would contribute toward the cost of the civic infrastructure. When we use that 12% number, we're just saying that's representative of the total tax base gain to the city. So hopefully that makes sense.
And you're saying that over a 20-year period?
Right.
Okay, so those were all the just housekeeping questions I had. All right, we'll open it up to commentary from the committee first, and council member that may have questions, concerns, praises.
Again, you want us to consider the big picture, not focus on individual problems or could be problems, but we all die by slow individual cuts in life, right?
Yes, we do.
So the big plan that was suggested, proposed to move the existing soccer field and track of Sanford to the city-owned land where the soccer club is currently located. I don't see that as a feasible option whatsoever. I mean, there's nowhere to build other facilities in that spot, and there's nowhere to build them in Homewood, or we would have done it 20 years ago as a city. So that's an issue. Another issue is by not defining the student housing as dorms or whatever, it opens up the apartment dwellers in, as a city, us be able to, I don't know the correct verbiage, I don't want to be political. When it becomes apartments, it becomes difficult for us to have any control who lives there, okay? And from a school standpoint, I don't know if anybody's here on that behalf, Homewood's the largest 6A school, us in Mount Brook, teeter-totter. We have no desire to be a 7A school. So that's why there's always been somewhat of a, we don't want any more residential, okay? We don't need it. We don't want it. We don't want to be 7A, okay? Thirdly, I mean, I'm going through the bullet points. The tax ask is, I understand 40 years. I won't be here in 40 years. I'm 55. So 20 years, hopefully I will be hobbling around, hopefully up down the park. But Sanford has been and is a good neighbor. I think we're teetering as not so good a neighbor. This is the big ask. This is the largest potential construction. I'm stealing this from somebody that led me to this information, but that'd be the biggest construction in Jefferson County since Wildwood. This is a huge project, and it's just a lot. What you know, I mean, and y'all are good in what you do. Your industry, your company is very well thought of. It's nothing. I'm just saying. This is a lot, a whole lot to be absorbed. And some of the proposals I just don't think are realistic. I think it's a good idea. I think it could be brought down a little bit. I do think Sanford, I have kids that go to college. Sanford have more dorms, more retail, something for the kids to do or the community to go visit is a great idea. A 15-story hotel there, you know, the Vestavia people are upset about it. I'm not a Vestavia person, but I mean, I get where they're coming from. I mean, I like the vision, I really do. I mean, of going forward but it's just a lot, man. I mean, it is a lot, and not having anywhere. We're fine. Homewood, I guess what I'm getting at, Homewood's fine without this. We are Homewood with, like you said, people are coming to us because we don't need this. Yes, tax revenue and costs of running the city are increasing, and we are limited with the lid, the cap, on property tax. I understand that. That's why we have to be better city councilors or stewards of our tax dollars, and we're looking at other ways to raise revenue as well. I don't want to totally say no about the idea. I get. I think the idea is there on a much more university-specific scale. If that makes sense. I don't know. You and I have never talked before, but until today. I just don't see the ability to relocate our soccer fields anywhere, and definitely there is not enough room to rebuild them where they are with the new track and the Sanford's stuff moving over there. That's not realistic. I mean, I'm not an engineer, but that stuff floods twice a year. Homewood baseball field in Sanford owns floods every freaking year. So it's a lot. That's all I have to say. I don't. The tax, the ask, the abatements is one thing. I'm just going through my mind again. The apartments, being apartments and not truly student housing, is an issue on student size, increasing traffic in our schools, hiring more teachers. I see our firemen over there. Who's going to handle the fire? And, making calls to a hotel or to the student housing. Police, is it going to be Sanford Police? Is it going to be Homewood Police? I mean, these are all, like I said, these are all things, the day-to-day stuff that we don't think about. These are beautiful presentations and drawings, and I get it. I get the economic growth, but I just have a lot of concerns, as you can well tell. So.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I wouldn't really expect your viewpoint to be, dramatically different than that. I mean, is it a big project? Yeah, it's a big project by Homewood standards. I mean, I don't think, I may be wrong, but other than on campus, I don't think Homewood certainly has not had many of these sort of multi-phase developments. And so it brings all these issues out that when you do this on a building by building by building by building basis, you don't deal with it. You don't think of infrastructure holistically. You don't think about, you know, what's the true impact to the watershed of this one building. When you look at it as part of a broader development, well, then you have to think of it more holistically. So are there a lot of issues? There are. I'm not in any way trying to.
I'm thinking about, and I don't mean to talk over you, I'm just, I'm, going through my mind here, I mean, I'm sure traffic studies can be done, those are worth, whoever you pay to do the study, what they want you to tell them, but I mean, we got a lot of work going in with the interstate and the lakeshore triangle. There's just a lot of construction that's going to be going on Lakeshore in the very near future. And it just, I have some real hesitations about a project like this going on right now. I'm just trying to think of some other stuff. I mean, say the parking, the tax revenue, Sanford's tax exempt, right? Pretty much. I mean, all the property tax stuff.
The university is, but this is private development.
Okay, so y'all
on
would not
land
be.
that
Okay.
is currently owned by, so to be clear on that, this is not property tax exempt. This is property tax
I'm just,
as private
and I'm glad you
development.
did clarify that, because that has been the question asked. I know the residential owned properties by Sanford are tax exempt, which is a whole different issue.
Yeah, I mean, this is private development, would be taxed, property taxed. And I heard a lot of questions there. I could try and answer them.
Yeah.
Number one, it's a large project.
Yeah.
Number two, with respect to the park and recs facilities, sports facilities, we've been looking at different ways to address that. What's there now, we know and understand well, and it's a great facility. What's on campus? There's some great facilities there. We're looking at making some improvements there. As we began to look at it, is there a way to reposition some of that? We think there are some alternatives that bear consideration. One could be the city soccer complex to the west, but only if you maintain the fields that are there now and you can make improvements there that would only be good for the soccer community. In no way are we suggesting that we're going to go drop something there that's going to take fields away or what have you. And the fact is, we haven't done the work to prove that out. We've built a lot of stadiums. I mean, this is kind of our bread and butter. The issue that we see there that could come into play is, no matter where we do this, can we do it in a way that you can share facilities that are built that can have a benefit for the community? If the answer is no, you can't share any facilities. That totally defies where this industry is going right now, because these athletic facilities have become so expensive to build and to operate. Everybody's trying to find ways that they can better utilize these facilities and have broader community benefit. If it can't be done there, understood, we got to find other alternatives. But the only discussion we should have is, if it's beneficial to soccer, should we explore those opportunities? If it's not, then we shouldn't. I mean, I don't think it's the only alternative. It could be a good alternative, but it's got to add to the soccer, base of the community, not detract from it. And we think there's some ideas that are worth considering. No more, no less. The housing, we've worked really hard on this and really appreciate the city's perspective on housing. I mean, Sanford, is a true civic anchor. Sanford's been around, will be around for the next 100 years. Not interested in a resident, big resident base on campus now. It's a resident-based campus. Can't house those students all on campus. Many of those students are paying property tax and sales tax outside the city of Homewood, and we have a residency requirement on campus. Want to bring that population back on campus and create a complementary Sanford affiliate housing environment, frankly, that will help us pay for infrastructure, really strengthen the quality and character of the residential that can be there, and be an additive to the community, not a cost to the community. Don't really view this as being an environment where you're going to have a high concentration of families there and kids and in schools and what have you. That's why we say owner-occupied, senior, Sanford affiliate. When you break those down, I believe those are very manageable segments of housing that would be additive to the city of Homewood, not a negative. I think that was most of your questions. I'm not sure I hit them all. Thank you.
I just wanted to comment that, we are representatives of our city. We were elected to serve our citizens, and we have heard from a lot of citizens. There, when an item has struck a nerve, and this has struck a nerve. And there are a lot of doubts out there. I know there are a lot of people who have attended the community meetings, and they have gathered the information and formulated their thoughts and shared them with us. So it is we got a long way to go. I mean, I agree with Jody, the concept of, the pedestrian bridge, the concept of kids going back and forth. But like Jody said, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of scale. I mentioned in the planning commission meeting, the hotel. In my opinion, the hotel's too tall. And from what I hear from my constituents, they don't want a hotel there at all, being so close to the high school. So I'm just sharing with you, we have heard on a daily basis, since this has been in the public domain, from our constituents. So I just wanted to share that with you. I think it's too much for Homewood. I think it's too much. From what we've heard, and like I said, there's a meter, you know what I mean? Like we know, like when we hit a certain point, and we have hit, that point that we are hearing from people on a very regular basis. People are tuned in, they're paying attention. This is not, there's people are speaking directly to the issues, and you heard them, the planning commission, and I think we are still, the need is still there to address these issues and meet these folks where they are, our citizens where they are, because I think it's too much for Homewood at this point. I do.
Thank you, Councilor Andrews. Councilor Sims?
Yes, Councilor Gwaldney, thank you. I just had a couple questions. Thank you for the presentation. It's very helpful in understanding, your plan and approach. Also, just one of my favorite news stories right now is Sanford accepting in the Birmingham Southern students from last year who are graduating right now. So grateful for the university's partnership with our community, both within Homewood and at large. Question about this. I know you've mentioned the Park and Rec property a couple of times. I don't want to belabor this point too much because it has been referenced, but there was a news conference last Monday where it was mentioned specifically. That continues to circulate in the press about that property being utilized for the development. Councilor Andrus referenced a lot of questions that we're getting from the community. There's been a lot around that specifically that we've been answering. And you've mentioned that, we don't want to create confusion. So is it possible to go on in some public way and retract, what possibly is circulating out there about use of that property? That's just kind of the first question. Or are you in conversation with somebody right now to use that property in an advanced manner?
Well, let me be as clear as I can be on this point.
Yeah.
When we first spoke about this, we tried to be very clear that we're looking at alternatives and beginning to study ideas where we could solve the track soccer complex issue. One thought has been, if you could do something additive on that property, do we want to start to explore that as an alternative? But at this point in time, we have not advanced any of those ideas, right? Quite honestly, if we don't have a project at Creekside West, we don't need to worry about track and soccer. So in a sense, I don't want to say we've taken it off the table. It's one of many things we have to balance here, but only if we have a project at Creekside West and Creekside East, but that project has changed in its context. Do we then need to solve for that? And there are different ways we think we could solve for that. We've done a little bit of work to start to say, all right, what might the alternatives be? But it's a thought. It's not a proposal. It's not a plan.
Perfect. I mean, I feel like you've said it 3 times, and I apologize for asking you to say it again, but I
No,
really
let's
just
be
know
clear about it.
It's something that we've received a lot of questions about. The pedestrian bridge, I think, is somewhat critical to this project in regards to looking at traffic in the future, because I think that's key to looking at taking automobiles off the road on Lakeshore. In your presentation, you know, it's obviously one of the infrastructure improvements that kind of benefits, in my opinion, the community at large, whereas some of them are kind of localized to the development. What type of approvals would you need to make that happen? I mean, you're involving ALDOT, what type of time frame are we talking about? I mean, I did hear you use the word, we'd hope to do it. I mean, what kind of assurance can you give us on that?
Yeah, we've done the initial engineering planning work and traffic studies that we would ultimately need to present to LDOT to advance that. You know, timing on those types of things isn't something we can stand here tonight and say it will be done in X time frame. What I can tell you is we have done a tremendous amount of this type of work and dealt with many, many issues like this. And I think we see arguments and a presentation we can make on merit that will get very serious consideration, and would expect we can get this done in a reasonable time frame. I agree with your point. It really needs to happen. If nothing else were to materialize there, it really needs to happen. So I think I can say with confidence, we built the case, and I think the case, I would expect the case will be received well. And don't know that we'll limit it to LDOT. There are many opportunities at the federal level that may provide financing support as well, so we want to exhaust those alternatives as well.
And I've got a couple more questions. I'll just leave it at this one. On your projections, you show, I think, 40 years out, with the first 20 where you're receiving, you know, recouping some of the infrastructure costs at that 23 to 27%. What with those trends, the dollars projected that you're using, I guess I'm just trying to find what comparable developments, maybe nationally or maybe Madison, or where you're comparing that to, because we look at some developments locally in the life cycle of like Brookwood over 40 years or Galleria over 40 years. What confidence can you have in those projections, especially as you get to years 20 through 40, that revenue continues to increase, you know, and really come back to the community at the point where, you know, we're receiving 100% of it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of years, right? I mean, I hope to be here in 40 years, but I'm not going to lay a bet on that. One of the things that we've done, quite honestly, I said we've stepped the model back. One of the things that the economists stepped back were the growth rates that we were using. And they were not particularly aggressive growth rates. They were growth rates that, you know, there's all these different indicators that they use, but we're using measures at the lower end of that spectrum because the numbers were just getting really big. Now, I would argue, it's one opinion, but I would argue the likelihood that we're going to see greater escalation in these kinds of models, there's a greater likelihood we'll see that than we're going to see these numbers going the other way. I mean, we haven't done an analysis for years that's looking at any type of contraction on cost, just the opposite. So don't know how tax-based modeling could ever go the other way. Property values, never could have imagined we'd see property values or cost to build like we see now. So the other point I would share with you is, for what it's worth, I've spent probably an inordinate number of nights in my life having these kinds of conversations, presenting these kinds of economic models and what have you, and trying to help build a case that we can all get comfortable with. I mean, bear in mind, we have to get comfortable with this. Sanford has to get comfortable with this as an investment, as well as the city and the community. But I do know this: in all of the work that we've done, and all of the economic modeling that we've generated, and all of the projects that we've developed, I have never sat at a table and had someone come back and raise a question or show any evidence that the fiscal modeling was not fully realized. What I have had is a good number of instances where the forecasts were exceeded, and exceeded by a lot. We did a project like this in Rochester, Minnesota with Mayo Clinic. Very kind of similar context. It has outpaced the forecasts by measurable amounts. Allentown, Pennsylvania, a city that was total economic loss. We started a project there in 2008, 2009 that's led to almost $2 billion of economic development. Probably the most distressed city that we've ever worked in. So when done right, when you have these different levers that you can pull in your favor, and this is where you have great advantage. I mean, if the opinion is, hey, we don't need it, we don't need the tax base, I've never heard a city really take that position in this day and age, because the challenges are just so daunting, paying for schools and roads and services and what have you. So all we're really asking for is let's weigh the breadth of what the benefits can be, knowing that, you know, there's challenges here. If we just said, hey, cut it in half, make it smaller, well then we can't support the infrastructure. I mean, one argument we were looking at, Colin, you can attest to this, is there a greater density that would help us take some of the economic pressure off? And we just said, stop. That doesn't feel like it fits. So it's a balancing act, and that's all we're asking is let's get all the ideas on the table and try and find something that feels like it fits, that really will create measurable benefits and drive quality of life for Homewood. But I can't say there won't, you know, is a building too tall as proposed or what have you, don't know. But, you know, we've encountered a lot of these issues, and I think in almost every case we've found very good solutions.
Well, I mean, I just want to say thanks for that. I mean, the financial modeling is one aspect, and as you reference, you know, y'all are taking on some of that risk. I think the city you referenced, because you're doing the infrastructure potentially, is not taking on as much of that risk. But I think the risk for us that we're also trying to evaluate is what you're talking to the residents about a lot: the environmental risk, the social risk, the quality of life risk. So that's definitely what we're considering in evaluation. And thank you for putting your work into that, and appreciate the ongoing dialogue.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, I guess, because for my purposes, I'm still a little confused. I've heard a couple different things about, okay, so it's Sanford property. The development is going to be sold, leased. Landmark is going to own the land, not own the land. What's the structure for the land use that we're talking about?
The underlying land of Creekside West will continue to be owned by Sanford. We'll do a ground lease for all the vertical development, and that's pretty common with universities, research parks and that type of thing. University will always own the land, and the vertical improvements will be privately developed.
So just to clarify, that kind of reiterates Councilor Brandt's point about the housing then being not institutional, not owned by the university itself, correct?
That's correct, but one of the things that we've talked about in planning and ultimately we'll come to the council with, and one of the things we're working on with our DAG, our Development Advisory Group, is there will be a set of governing covenants. I mean, the trustees of Sanford University are not in any way interested in seeing a residential environment pop up next to campus that in any way is a negative to campus. Just the opposite. The idea is to create something that is always a complement to campus. So in our covenants that we'll write, that will be recorded and run with the land, we'll establish what those operating covenants are as it relates to the Sanford affiliate housing. I mean, the one party that, I'm not saying more so than the city, but you can rest assured the trustees at Sanford University are never going to allow something to get built on land they'll own forever that has any negative consequence on the university. So that's very different. If we were just buying a piece of land or leasing a piece of land, there would be no covenants. That as a document, as a governing document, wouldn't exist.
Sure. I could be wrong, but I still think there's some concerns there about the legality of your ability to control what you're referencing in terms of the housing being affiliated, Sanford only, that sort of thing, since it would cease to be institutional. But that I guess that's something that you guys still need to figure out, it sounds like. So that helps. And then Creekside East, I guess, so we just talked about West. East will still remain Sanford only.
Yes.
I gotcha. Pedestrian bridge, I'm just going off of concerns that I've heard from constituents too. there's been concerns from people kind of being approached to get off campus if they didn't belong there, that kind of thing over the last couple of years. People coming in to try and take pictures for prom, dances, that sort of thing. So pedestrian bridge is great. It sounds almost like it's proposed as a community use, although I'm struggling to see that that would be the case. It sounds like it's really just a Sanford-only pedestrian bridge, since it would connect to Sanford's campus, but not really connect anywhere else in the community.
Good question. One of the things we're looking at is can we, have kind of a dedicated pathway so it can connect to the community? And that's part of what, actually tomorrow night, that's part of what I think will come up in the planning commission meeting. But the intent is not to make it just, land on campus and only for campus.
Okay. Sure. And I don't want to belabor it, but I coached a couple of my kids' soccer teams. First question I got Tuesday from parents. So you're going to, because some of them know that I've served in this role too. So what's this about you guys agreeing to allow? And so I just want to reiterate that I feel like, to Counselor Sims' point, the way in which it was portrayed to the community last week was a little misleading and reckless. And it's frustrating sitting here and having to field phone calls, text messages, emails from people that are pissed about it in a way in which, we had no control over. And I'm sure that wasn't, or maybe, hopefully that wasn't the intent.
It's not the intent.
But I think from a messaging standpoint, a PR standpoint, we need to be very careful and cautious about what we're proposing and putting out there, and the way in which we are stating it is or isn't, in stone or not, or these are some ideas we're thinking about. I've had concerns from constituents that have come to some of the public sessions. Some of them wanted to, some of them probably rebel rousers wanted, mic'd so that they could, and they didn't find that environment in a couple, instances. They just came in and there was a gallery to kind of look at things. But I just want to be careful about how we are stating where the development is and where we are in this process. Several of them felt like there were members from the university or the developer that indicated that, well, it's our property, we can do what we want with it. This is almost, a done deal. So I don't think that's true, but people that came and spent time walked away in some cases feeling like that was the case. So
yeah, I'll speak to it again. I'm happy to continue speaking to it. In no way was it our intent to be misleading or to get ahead of the curve or what have you in any way. All we're interested in doing is exploring avenues in every aspect of the project where we can get ideas on the table and in an open public forum, really vet and evaluate these ideas, whether it's sports and rec, a bridge over Lakeshore Drive, how to improve the watershed, all of these things. I hope we've demonstrated a real commitment to community engagement. So, we'll take full responsibility if in some way that was taken out of context. I spoke about it with Dr. Taylor. We were trying to be clear that, we're going to move away from Creekside East, and we want to begin to explore ideas and potentially bring a proposal to the city. We never would in any way suggest it's not city-owned land. If that's been discussed, that's just not accurate. And we didn't make those statements. But I also have to say, having done this a lot, it's always the case that when we put something like this on the table, large and small, it creates a real dialogue. Projects large and small. These guys, I say it every week. It's amazing anything gets built in this country anymore. That's the process. And the more we reach out for community engagement, the more of that we're creating. And frankly, when you have an academic partner as your partner, frankly, that's a good thing. I don't think you see us shying away from any issues or any subject or any points of engagement. It is a big project. It's got a lot of moving parts that come with it. It's unavoidable that you have something like this that we're dealing with and something doesn't get taken out of context.
Sure.
We're doing the best we can do to put in black and white our ideas, our analysis, our thoughts. Don't in any way want to be misleading. We're just trying to be as clear and forthcoming as we can be, in hopes that when we all step back and you have to vote on this, that the opportunity, the greater benefit outweighs whatever the negatives are deemed to be. I cannot tell you there's not going to be, we're going to find a solution that has no negatives. I mean, if that's the only outcome we can consider, we should all go celebrate Cinco de Mayo, roll up the plans, and move on in life, because we're never going to get to that plan. So all I'm asking is hang with us, apologize if there was any misleading statement. That was not the intent with respect to soccer. The only point is, if we can do things that are additive, is that worth considering?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'll make one quick comment, and then I think the mayor wanted to make a comment. Was that correct? I saw your hand go up.
I just got one question.
Okay. I did want to make a comment about the soccer facilities. I've received a lot of blowback last week from the community as well. I will say, you guys have done a great job of reaching out and putting together committees, listening to the concerns about the salamander, and that idea came out of those meetings. And you know, that's fantastic. I appreciate you guys doing that. I feel confident, as speaking as just Andy Waltman, the counselor, that we need to move on from moving the soccer fields onto our fields. I don't think it will be responsible of us to handcuff this community for the next 4 years on a shared soccer field with something that, you know, the community doesn't seem like they want, because I've not received one single person say, oh, this is a great idea. And I don't mean to close the book on it, but there can be other ideas that you bring to the table, but I feel like this is one that we need to let it go. We already have capacity issues with our kids there. As we know, Homewood is growing leaps and bounds. You know, families are moving in here, they're having more children, and those capacity issues are going to continue to be a problem for us, and I just don't think it's going to be a good fit. So, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I've just got one question, or I think it's just one. And that is about the incentives. So, this is nothing new to you. I've told you this before. This is a historically large incentive ask for Homewood. It's a time period that's longer than what we usually do. I guess my question, and I've heard the percentages and all that. I guess my question is, are you proposing that this have a cap? Because usually when we do incentives, first of all, we've never done incentives where we pay out on the front end. They are all, this is the way we've always done it, is this way where either the tax money shows up or it doesn't, to your point.
And to be clear, we're not asking.
I know. And you are right. Either the tax money shows up or it doesn't. We only give money back if the tax money shows up. I certainly think that's correct. My question simply is there a cap that you are including in this, or is there not a cap with that percentage?
I think we'd certainly be open to talking about that.
Okay. But y'all don't have a number as we sit here.
I don't. You asked me what is the cap, I couldn't answer that standing here right now, but.
Okay.
Alex,
Oh, and secondly, with regard to East, just from a procedural standpoint for what we're doing, because we have two items on the agenda, one for West and one for East. Are we not moving forward with East at this point and just doing West? Or is it your desire to move forward with what's left of the East? In which case we need to figure out whether or not that has to go back to the Planning Commission, and I just don't know where we are with that.
I'd like to offer, if it's acceptable to you, that Lynette Crandall speak with the city attorney tomorrow.
Okay.
And just
Let me speak
walk.
now.
Okay.
We have to publish a public hearing June the 9th. It's what it's been authorized. And we've got to get the deadline quickly. If you are not moving forward with East, then we would need you to withdraw that application or that request so that we don't get in a position that we haven't advertised appropriately for a length of time.
So just for everyone's benefit, with respect to East, we do want to rezone East, right? The rec fields that are there now are a non-conforming use. We do want to rezone East.
Yeah,
The
final
development plan that we filed, application 2, is going to be amended. Whether that amendment falls within, the technical, what we're allowed to do to amend that, that's the conversation we'd like to have.
Well, I guess
It's substantially different than what
Right.
The planning commission approved and sent to us, it has to go back to the planning commission.
Okay, well, if we can just verify that, I think we can answer this tomorrow morning.
Okay.
But if that's if the technical change,
I don't know what the technical change is.
Yeah, that's part of the issue is we don't know what's left.
Okay.
And so if y'all can let us know what's left on what you're moving forward with on East, then we can determine whether or not it's a substantial change and has to start over. Yeah.
And just to be clear for folks in the room, the rezoning for the east is going from PMUD, right, to institutional. Okay.
Correct.
that's the proposed
Proposal, yep. Just making sure.
Technically a down.
Yeah.
The east side is going to institution.
Mhm. It's fast.
It's non-conforming.
But it can't go without
It's being used right now as institutional.
Can go without the development plan. We can't pass the development plan without rezoning.
What now?
It can't be rezoned without a development.
That's correct.
Right. So if the development plan has to go back to planning commission, the rezoning also has to go back. To
Correct.
Gotcha.
You can't have that zoning without a development plan. And if the development plan is substantially different than what we have now, which was the track and the pre-salamander issues, then
We'll get this sorted out in the morning, and then we'll have clarity on what's on the agenda for June 9th.
Okay, I do want to give the public a chance to speak. Is there any other commentary that anybody wants to offer before we move along? I will give my commentary just briefly on the 23%. I don't like the term, the duration being 20 years. I don't like the roughly 23% or 24 million, depending on how you calculate it. I take umbrage with the commentary that we're enticing the civic municipalities have to entice people to build this stuff. We don't need that in this case. And for me, this is a quality of life issue. I'm not willing to sacrifice the quality of life for our residents for a somewhat known or unknown tax incentive in the future or tax benefit in the future. And I think most people in Homewood would stand with that as well. So with that, I tried to sum those up real briefly. If anyone wants to stand up and speak, what I would like to do is let's try to keep the commentary to new items that have not been already said, and let's go with about maybe 2 to 3 minutes per person. I'm not going to time these, but just do so. And if you are speaking, please come to, well, you can stand up wherever you are, but please give us your address and
State your name.
state your name. All right. Yes.
121 Winslow Drive. I think one of the concerns is everything is still so
Andy,
vague.
and I'm so sorry, I know that you said that, but because of what's going on, if we can get them to come to the front where we can hear them really well.
Just like,
Or at least
Well, this,
come close to that.
yeah, let us know if you can hear it okay, and then.
Because I couldn't hear her at all. You can have my seat if you want. Thank you, sorry.
that's okay. I think one of the concerns is everything is still so very vague. It's a concept, and people are extremely concerned about what may or may not wind up happening. As an example, could we go back to your slide 1?
Brian, are you good with audio?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead
Yes,
while
you're
he's
doing it.
pulling that up. You spoke about educational excellence at all levels on that slide. There are no specifics to that. It's just a vague statement. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on that. And also on that slide, you talk about community investment and multi-phased master plan development always requires civic infrastructure. Well, it does, but these incentives you're asking for are on basically the infrastructure that you're installing on a private development. So the city's really not getting anything back on that. The other thing is we're talking about community engagement. This is a development for young people. When the rubber meets the road, this is for college kids. It's to make the college more enjoyable for your current students and to draw more students in. So as far as the overall Homewood community, I don't think you're going to see that much involvement from the community. The salamanders have been addressed. The soccer club has been addressed, but the school has not been addressed. And I have mentioned before about possibly, if this goes forward, building a dedicated bridge from the road into this development so that the school traffic doesn't have to share with the construction traffic and all the traffic going into this development. I'm not saying yet whether I agree or disagree with the development. I'm just saying that everything is still so vague at this point. I'm having trouble being able to buy into it because there are so many things that are unknowns at this point.
All right, who else would like to speak to this? You want to go next? Feel free. We would love to hear. Hi, everyone. My name's Mason Cook. I'm the executive director of Homewood Soccer Club. Been fortunate enough to be in that role for 11 years, and have been hanging out at Homewood Soccer Park for 17 now. As mentioned, for us to continue to serve our members, the location of those fields, the quality of the facility, the central location. Just got a photo. We have 203 kids there right now doing a pizza party. That's what the community is for us. That's what's so special about being part of this program. We have no interest or use for a stadium on those fields. And as long as we continue to have 3 fields in that location, we can serve well over 2,000 members in the community. If we have less than that, we're going to have serious constraints. So that's my concerns and what I wanted to share. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Cook. We appreciate your input. Yeah, come on. Just give us your address and your name, please.
My name's Kathy Miller, and I live in Woodridge. It's the neighborhood in Vestavia that overlooks the proposed development. I realize I'm in Vestavia, but I just wanted to say someone from our neighborhood has been at most of the meetings here, and we really appreciate. I hope that you're considering our neighborhood. Although we are in Vestavia, we're probably the closest neighborhood to this proposed development. So just wanted to say thank you, and if you need anything from us, we're here.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, back to the committee. So Finance Committee, we have an item before us for an economic incentive for request for the infrastructure development costs. Thoughts on how it can move forward? Bear in mind that we have been told that it basically has no cap, and it's roughly 20 years in duration, 23%. Since there's just 3 of us.
Yeah.
What do you think at this point? He's gonna abstain.
Yes, no's.
Okay, so you've got a couple
So,
of
yeah,
options.
we could-
You can, so the incentives really, you can't approve the incentives until a development plan and the zoning is either approved or not approved.
Yeah.
And so, because you would have to know what's going on with the land in order to know whether or not the incentives, the city is interested in incentives or not. So my suggestion would be to carry this over and hear the presentation on the 19th about those details as well. You're not no one's losing any time or anything at this point because that has to come first anyway. As a matter of fact, we'll have to do a public hearing on the incentives and do notice, and that can't even start until
We have an agreement.
we have an agreement on the other part. So So at any rate, I don't think you're losing anything by carrying it over, but it's up to the committee as to what you want to do.
No, I don't think so either, and the only recommendation I was gonna make was that we push this out, without recommendation pending the public, well, there's no public hearing, but pending those other items being addressed, which, so carrying it over holds the same water. I will say, just from the perspective I gave a minute ago, which is very brief, I have a page of notes almost, most of it related to the incentive. I'm not comfortable with an unknown number. It has to be a firm number. And I appreciate the data that you guys have. The data's been fantastic. I feel like the number is not firm because you don't know where it needs to be right now. And I would recommend before the next set of meetings, we pinpoint that number so that we know where it's at. Otherwise, I can't get behind it.
Mr. Walden, we couldn't adopt a development agreement that's non-specific as to numbers.
So we'd have to have a number then. Okay.
Correct.
Excellent. Committee? Anything else?
Yeah, I think carrying it over.
If there's no objections, we'll carry over 440425, and I will hand the baton back to Counselor Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. That was a lot, so I appreciate you taking over that. And I guess we'll do it again. We'll do it again soon.
Did I drop it? My white shirt.
Okay.
Wheel grease all over it now. Thanks.
So moving on to our next item on our old business agenda. It is 240325. Request permission to consider property issue at 1832 24th Court South. Coming to us from Kel Smith, our city engineer. This is the piece of property, the house that is on part of our Lee Center property over there on that side. We did get the completed survey last week.
Yeah. Oh, that's,
Yeah,
yeah, the survey? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so we got the survey completed, and you see the community center there, and this is the house that's in question on our parcel. So that's the question. And then I did an exhibit, the one I just sent you, Brian, 2 weeks ago, that shows a potential, a possibility for us if we were to sell the property.
Okay. So that is the hatched part, that's
Right.
the piece of property that is in question. And you've got it at a purchase price of $81,5955.
That's right.
13 and a half feet wide, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, 15 at the front.
Right, it gets a little bit lower down there.
And they'll come back and have to match their survey up to that. There'll be a deed to that sliver, right, I guess.
Yeah, so we'll probably resurvey the property because we need to incorporate this lot into the community center lot also. Yeah, but all that'll get recorded.
And confirmed with Mr. Kendrick that we had had the discussion that there are certain circumstances where we cannot sell a piece of park property without having an election. This does not fall into that criteria. So this is not a situation where we would have to.
As long as it's not being used for park recreation purposes.
Which.
We use the fence lines kind of as a discussion point last time.
Right.
Does the survey denote the fence line?
Yeah, go back to the survey, Brian. It does. So this is the fence. The fence is just on the outside of the concrete sidewalk.
So would it be inside the sliver or outside the sliver? In the red on the other side.
So the red would come to like right there.
So the fence is
So
where?
the fence would be on the Lee Center property.
So the fence would need to change locations.
Nope. The fence would stay right where it is.
It's our fence.
It's our fence.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
But the fence gives us the benefit of being able to consider
You can
this,
certainly
otherwise
make
we
a
couldn't.
logical
Yeah.
argument that it's not been used for
Yeah.
park and recreation purposes. If it's a fence that's divided that property and its use versus park recreation, that's your call. But that, to me, would be logical and reasonable if you want
I'll
to come to that conclusion.
I'll make a motion that we sell it for your estimated price.
And it's not an estimated price, it's what the value of the property on each
It's the
side.
assessed value.
Yes, the assessed value by the square footage.
But it cost us something to figure this out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
survey
agree.
costs, but I would argue we should have had that anyway.
Well,
And we should have had that.
All right, so I have a motion from Mr. Brandt,
I'll second
second from Mr. Harden.
Can I get clarification, the motion is to sell for that consideration?
For the
Yes, I think.
8,195 amount.
Okay.
Quick question.
Oh, sure.
Has the property owners been made aware of this, and do they want to buy it for that amount?
The property owner has not been made aware of the number, the exact number.
They don't have any choice.
Right.
Yeah.
If they wanna buy it, they gotta buy it for that price.
Well, I mean, I just,
Well,
you know,
we have
they
to
were
get
here
occupied.
asking,
We have
I'm
to keep
just
the mortgage.
wondering if we've passed.
I believe that was their real
information
estate, and you've been talking to the actual owner, because the real estate agent was the person who was here.
Right.
So, and yeah, I mean, Mr. Kendrick is right, like, that's the number, so if you want the property, then that's the number.
Well, they can't
If you
take a
don't,
mortgage
then-
without it.
Yeah, and they cannot get a clear title without that.
I wanna check something. I don't know that that number is exact. I
Right.
drew that number on a preliminary survey.
Okay.
That was provided 2 weeks ago, and then we got the real survey
Okay.
the other day.
So
And I
you'd
didn't
like
know
to-
we were actually gonna talk about this
Okay,
tonight.
okay,
So,
well,
um,
would you like us to carry it over so that we can discuss it at our next meeting so that you can recalculate it, just to make sure that the number is correct before we make a motion saying a certain number?
I would like that to happen because
Yeah.
we should add in the costs that we are incurring to
To
figure out.
clear this up, because
Can
it's
we
not
do
our,
that,
it's not our
Bob?
problem to solve, to be quite honest.
Can we add in our
You
costs?
can add anything you want to, you're selling the property. A willing buyer and a willing seller.
Understand that.
You're not.
I'm not
you're
asking
taxing
a set of rules
assessed
interest
value.
or anything else.
Selling
I'm
the
saying
property.
it should be the cost it costs us to physically do this.
It's a survey, it's a title.
So
Right.
not to belabor,
Sure.
but we do have a motion and a second on the table.
Yes, we do have a motion and a
So
second
are
on
you
the
planning to
table.
rescind
But
yours?
could we just make it contingent upon the finalized number instead of carrying over, just say, we'll sell it upon the revised number of the true assessed value plus the cost for the survey and have that, and can we move forward that way so we don't have to come back and it's just approved?
We could expedite that for the property owners too. Yeah, I like that.
I'm not really worried about expediting for them, to be honest.
I am.
Well, that's nice of you.
Well, either way, I
if
think
they're
that.
trying to get something done.
Would that
I
be
don't know why-
possible to make sure that we can just move forward and say that, you know, you'll get the real number, we'll add that, we'll alter it?
And you can even have the number by Monday night.
Correct, and so I think that we can just move forward with that, and we can amend the motion
Oh, the
to.
motion.
My amended motion is to
Approve a sale pending the final.
Pending the confirmed assessed number plus
The
costs
cost.
associated with getting the survey done.
All right, there's two things I need to talk about.
Okay.
You have declared surplus on illegal trees.
Okay,
And then you can authorize it to be sold for whatever amount you come up with.
okay, so the motion also needs to include declaring the
Surplus.
property surplus.
You can't sell it without that.
Yeah,
So,
okay. So that is included in the motion, and you seconded that? All right, so I have a motion for Mr. Brandt and a second for Mr. Harden.
so before we vote,
Yes.
so, you know, there is a precedent that we're setting here.
Yes, we are.
That is, you know, precedent setting is not good. In some cases, I don't think this is I think this is one of those.
Yeah, I agree.
That we have a lot of risk downside in the future, especially being next to one of our properties, but.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, I got three, those in favor, not in favor.
No.
Aye, yeah.
No.
So that was, that passes 3-2 to go to council on Monday night. All right. All right, the next item is 020425 on our old business agenda, request for consideration of a mid-year budget review. This came to the agenda from myself. There is an additional item later on that was added later. We don't need to have two issues of the same, two items with the same issue. So under 020425, we are ready for our mid-year budget review, or until really February, end of February 2025.
February 28th.
Yeah.
2025.
Yeah, okay. All right.
You want the PowerPoint slideshow, right? PowerPoint.
Next slide. So I
want to say that this is actually a pretty good news scenario that we have. We are pulling in the revenue at the rate we were hoping and slightly a little bit better. And if you look at the expenditures on the right-hand side, we are actually expending right on track with what we were expecting. And we had some additional costs, and so this is actually a good news scenario for us right there. Next slide, please. And by the way, if you have a question, please feel free to speak up because it'll be easier to do it now than to go backwards. For the revenues, I just wanted you guys to be able to see what the revenues are looking like. And the most important thing for you all to look at is on the top section there, one column over from the end on the right, one column over, you're seeing a projection right now of 71 million, which is over the budget we had projected ourselves of 68 million. So we are doing our job right and doing a conservative estimate of revenue, and we're outpacing that estimate. And so we're doing very well. We are ahead in what we expect to achieve by the end of the fiscal year. So that's a good news scenario again. Next slide. This is by your different areas, by the directorates. If you want to take a moment to look at that, if you have any questions, it really is saying we are on track. Some areas are slightly less. If you look at admin, you hired me in March, and so nothing in February would have been spent until then. So understand that you'll probably be over a little bit when we hit the very end. But if you're looking at everything in general, all the way across this, we are exactly where we should be, and so we're doing very well. Next slide. This is going on further on. We have this broken up in several different ones because if we put all the different directors all in one spot, you would have been overwhelmed. And for these directorates, these are the larger directorates, so they have more money. And if you wanted to see the previous ones, you wouldn't be able to have the granularity you had. So that's why these were split up the way they were. Again, we're doing good. And last one is capital expenditures. We have a little bit of granularity in there. Under the general, there's a lot more things going on to include. We have plans for the bond money we still have. And so that will kind of take things back into good light. Police vehicles, for example, there was 10 of them purchased, and that's why that was the value that it was right there. But we feel we're pretty much right on track, right where we should be at this point in the year.
I have a question there, Mr. Adams.
Yeah.
In terms of, if I look at street, and if I look at police, and we're February at the end, and we're halfway through the year, are we expecting spending more than we budgeted in both police and street? Or is this, have we accommodated and just maybe front-ended the purchases there?
In a lot of cases, yes. I can't.
Yes. Okay, that's what I want to make sure, just that, in case, it's a question based on the visuals that will be.
Yeah, a lot of times we spend, do a lot of our spending at the beginning of the budget year, first quarter, and the first half. And we don't spend as much, we don't buy as many things in the second half of the year.
Okay.
Most of it's ordered, most of the expenditures are big on tickets, so you're either vehicles or equipment. We go ahead and order them in October, but we won't be delivered till April or May or June.
Thank you, appreciate it.
What everybody felt in the last director's meeting is we were really pretty close to where we wanted to be right at this point in time. In most cases, we're better off, so that's really good news. And I think that's our last slide for the budget.
Can I just say I'm so grateful that Glenn is here. Thank you, Glenn.
Can we do this on a quarterly basis?
I would prefer not to, but if you want to direct me, I can be directed to do that.
No, but thank you, because we've never had data like this. And, I mean, this is
So
how decisions should be made. And
Once
keep
we
us
have the
informed.
next budget, regrettably, you won't be here for the execution of it. It will be easier to give you like a quarterly update, because we'll be able to look at a snapshot a little bit easier. Because like all of the things that we have to come back to you and request for, That's already budgeted, so we don't have to come back to you and request for it, so those items are already in there and they can be used. Where we will have problems is where we didn't foresee something, then we have to come back.
You know, like, you've mentioned this on numerous occasions, once the form of government changes, a lot of the things that we currently have to deal with, the city manager will handle, without having to be, yeah. Well,
It's absolutely not.
well, I mean, I know that it's gonna eventually come to council. Right, I get that, but we won't have to have as much involvement on the front end because the city manager will be dealing with a lot of the details in advance of that.
I will agree in general.
Okay.
My requirement to communicate with you becomes bigger.
Yes,
And
oh, sure.
so through regular communications, you're relieved of some of the stress. I won't say the responsibility, the
Yeah,
stress.
right. And I do say, like, getting a quarterly update.
Which is why I would
Yeah.
appreciate a
Yeah.
quarterly update, because
Yeah.
I think that when we wait too long, and I'll just say this, a semi-annual reporting structure is too late.
Well, but announcement.
Yeah, we're one of the few that do it.
Huh?
We're one of the few cities that do it.
Let me be
I
clear.
understand that, but if we want to rerun like as the most efficient city as possible, we need to go above and beyond what other cities do. I don't care about that.
There won't be as much trouble once we get all the finances solved. And being able to snap that chalk line is more reasonable. And the clarity you get in a regular message will be easier.
Yes.
One thing I didn't see, where are we in terms of all of our tests for the fiscal policy? I mean, I had provided Mr. Smith, I assume you put this thing together. Where are we on the test based on the fiscal policy? Did we pass all the tests? Typically, we get that back during our mid-year review.
So I don't have BMSS's.
Now, I'm not
No,
talking about
it's not-
BMS.
it's not
Based on our
BMS.
fiscal policy, we have ground rules for, did we pass certain tests? Did we have enough
In the general fund or
in
the
the general
capital
fund?
fund.
Did we have enough in capital? That's where we always end up short, is in capital. And I provided Mr. Smith several examples of the mid-year review so that we could get that and see if we pass those tests. That's really why we wrote the fiscal policy in 2012, so that we could get a temperature gauge. I mean, it's great, 'cause these are great numbers. I'm excited about these numbers. But I wanted to see where we
And
where we are.
I'll take that responsibility right there. When I looked at it, I looked at these as the requirements. I will tell you, we have the funds in capital, and I will tell you that we have our funds across, the general fund is across multiple accounts, and it's not the way we want it. You've given direction for us to change it, and we're in the path of doing that change. And to brief that any different than we have the funds is just not an appropriate. We have a whole bunch of accounts, and we're trying to move to the accounts that we need to have.
Okay. We just spent a long time on the council putting together our fiscal policy, and it dictated clearly what we want to see in the mid-year review. And if we can get it quarterly, that's even better. But that's all I have to say. I was expecting to see that, did not see that. Thank you.
Okay, oh, the doors need to be closed. That's okay. Okay, gotcha. All right, so, I think the appropriate, motion here is to accept the report from, Mr. Adams, and we will work toward getting those, fiscal tests
If we get like
done.
a timeline for making sure that we have passed or get a sense of those.
And I think part of that is, this mid-year review actually isn't really a mid-year review because it's ending on February 28th of 2025. So we don't have the full and complete picture for an entire 6 months, because they are still getting the journal entries and things done. So, I would say.
It should be the end of March, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would be through the end of March. So, I would say if we could do the fiscal tests by maybe our first meetings in June, just to kind of make sure once we've got the half a year closed out, see if we can do those financial tests so that we can report that back. And again, Walter and I can get with y'all to go into more detail about that later.
Wouldn't it be better to carry it over then till then?
I mean, I guess we could, or we could just add a new item, but would you prefer to carry it over?
I think we just carry it over, everything's
Okay.
finance, and then just get the test results.
You get the test when we have it, okay, all right, with that, 020425 is gonna be carried over until we can get the results of those financial tests. All right, we've already done 070425. Moving to our new business agenda, 230425, request to authorize the city manager to sign a contract with White Oak Solutions for IT engineering services. Coming to us from Brandon Sims, our IT director. Why don't you explain to us, Mr. Sims, what we are talking about?
Absolutely. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. So, as part of our attempt to address some of the aging infrastructure as well as some of the outstanding cybersecurity issues that we have, part of what we're doing right now is phase one of our core network infrastructure overhaul. To make it a little more layman's, your network is effectively your it's the nervous system, right, for your technology infrastructure. It is what carries signals from one side of the city to the other. As it stands, the city has what's considered a spoke and wheel topology. So that means that pretty much City Hall sits in the middle, and everybody else hangs off of City Hall and comes back to City Hall to get out to the internet, so on and so forth. This currently is an issue in the sense that there is a single device sitting in the middle. So if that goes down, or if we have to do any type of updates, we have to bring the entire city down in order to do that. That is not good. So we would like to introduce some redundancy in that core router. We'd also like to introduce some new firewalls here at City Hall. Additionally, we would like to introduce some new firewalls at the police station, as well as some redundancy in their core routing at the police station. The main reason for this is because we want to introduce some proper network segmentation so that we have better control over where traffic is allowed to go within the city. One of the big concerns that I have is that, particularly for the police department, they should effectively be in a logical bubble. No one, nothing should be coming in and out that that doesn't belong. And we are managing to do that in a way now that just isn't as efficient as it needs to be. And so this contract with White Oak is effectively for us to bring on engineers that will help us to map out what we currently have in place now and develop a great plan for transitioning to the configuration of the new equipment. And they're going to also configure all of the equipment for us once we have the design in place.
Mr. Sims, while you're here,
Sure.
I have that we are going to be taking these funds for this contract out of our IT engineering services line item. Is there an amount on the contract? Because Bo and I looked and we could not find a number.
Sorry, it is, I think it's on, if it's not on the last page, it's in there for, it should be 24,000.
Okay. All right, 24?
No. Let's see.
I don't think that's. Okay,
Yeah.
on page 14. Okay, that's what I'm just looking to. Okay.
Sorry.
I have a question.
Yeah, there we go, 24,000.
I wasn't familiar with White Oak, and I went through some of that. I didn't get all the way through it. Do you have confidence in them to complete the project?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've been very intentional since some of the historical network engineering issues that we're overcoming since I got here. I've been very intentional about making sure that we are working with the type of engineers who, to me, just bring a standard of planning that we weren't seeing in our previous groups. So.
All right, so this would be $24,000, having the city manager sign the contract to come out of the engineering, the IT engineering services contract. Yeah,
So this one should be coming out of, because I believe I submitted it. This one, so yeah, I'm not sure. Is it listed as IT engineering? in the budget? It is? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, that's, I just wanted to make sure that that
That
was
was the
out of
right.
the capital.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
It is.
All right.
There is one unique, at your request and Mary's approval, $5,000, you've got to approve a change order up to $5,000 in addition to this. So it's
Okay.
technically $29,000.
Okay, so we should say, instead of the actual amount, maybe increase it to not to exceed 30 maybe? Just to be safe, or not to exceed 29?
The amount is $24,000 plus he's got up to $5,000.
5,000 for a change order,
That's what
okay.
I was asked to put in.
Okay. Yes.
Do we have a timeline? I might have sent an email today, I don't know if it went through. I'm having some email issues still, but that's not on the city status of mine. So do you have a timeframe, duration, when do you expect them to start and be finished?
So as soon as we get approval of this, we will start. We've already started high-level discussions on the design stuff. So what is this? This is, what month is this now?
May 5th.
July, August. I would hope that we would be able to get this completed by August.
Okay. I was just curious.
So, yeah.
If
But
people
it would,
deadlines.
it would not surprise me if it took us closer to 4 to 6 months. Once we get
discovery's
into,
hard.
yeah, once we get into trying to keep from causing major outages. So the plan is to be able to stand this up in parallel, but we will adjust that timeline as we go.
No anticipation of supply chain issues on those devices?
We already have the devices.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Thanks.
All right.
Brad, I got a question real quick.
Hey.
Brad, just overall technology, if something happens to you, does somebody have all the codes? I'm being totally serious.
Yeah.
Is there somebody, cloud-based?
Absolutely.
Or we have physical servers here, is that correct?
So we do have physical servers here. So this is, there's layers to your infrastructure, right? You've got your server environment and you've got your network that facilitates communication back and forth. This project is addressing the network layer. Couple things. One, you'll notice that in here, Justin Bush is also listed as a key stakeholder in this. Justin is our system administrator, so he is actually the person who is going to be working most closely with the engineers to ensure. I will be working as oversight and as part of that engineering team, but Justin will be very familiar with how all this is mapped out. Additionally, one of the reasons that we chose to go with a FortiGate Fortinet solution is because it is pretty much an industry standard, particularly in government and in organizations that are our size. So this is a solution that what we want to do is we want to move away from some of the solutions that we have in-house now, which is if you are not well versed in that, it can be very difficult to find help. I think the previous regime, one of the solutions they tried to do for the network overhaul, they put in a solution that isn't well known, and that was one of the reasons why we're having to kind of come back now, because we couldn't find the engineering support to help us get the one that they partially started off the ground.
Duly noted, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I
Anybody
think-
else have any additional questions? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna make a motion for approval, but
Okay, all
not
right.
unless
If there's no other questions. All right. All right, have a motion from Mr. Gwaltney to, and I assume that is to approve the contract
No.
being signed for $24,000 plus the $5,000.
Not to exceed
Yeah.
$30,000.
Yeah, okay. All right, and then I had a second from Mr. Alman. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That is 5-0 now. All right, let's see. Okay. 240425, request to execute a contract with Wallcraft for creek wall footing repairs from Mr. Smith. This is one of those fun things that showed up when we started
Yeah.
working on the other creek
So
walls.
go to the next slide, Brian. Or to the next, yeah, there. So if you remember the creek wall behind 711 Broadway, which is right under the word that says Project Group 1, the creek wall fell and it was an emergency. So the contractor showed up, was ready to work, and Alabama Power said, y'all gotta hang on a second, we've gotta hold these power poles in place. So the contractor was there, they were in the creek, they were ready to start working, and they couldn't do anything for about a week. And so we looked at areas in the creek bed that had been identified in our creek conditions assessment. And we said, oh, well, right across the creek, there are all these failed footings that need to be repaired because they show up red and yellow. And so they were able to get right on that since they were already in the creek, so we didn't have to pay mobilization and all that. So I talked to Glenn, we talked to the mayor, and they agreed, yeah, let's go ahead and release them to do this work. So this contract approval is for $21,250, I think, to make the contract piece of it right. But the work is already underway and probably finished by now.
And the reason this can't be lumped in with the other contract, because that contract had already been signed.
Awarded, that's right.
Yeah, for the other,
Scope
for
of
the other
work
side.
is different.
Right, it's a different scope of work. So, we're talking about $21,250, and we're gonna be transferring that money from the carryover fund balance into the emergency creek wall repair line item.
Yep.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
All right.
Second.
Have a motion from Mr. Brandt and a second from Mr. Gwaltney. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That is 5-0, and is approved. All right, we have 250425, request for consideration to pay an invoice for auditing expenses to BMSS, coming to us from our city manager. Mr. Adams, I do have a question. The amount of this invoice from BMSS, and this is for the 23 audit, I believe, and the invoice was received in November of 24. Actually, I have two questions. The first is, I'm curious why it hadn't been paid yet. That would be my first question, since it came in November. Yes, please.
This one? So, you know, the full transparency, so ask away. The reason the invoice hasn't been paid is, as your finance director, I'm not allowed to pay any invoice for which there is not a funding source. Does that make sense? So let's say that what was approved in the budget was $150,000.
It was $130,000. I'm looking at it right here.
Correct. We'll go over that too if you'd like. If I get an invoice in, it's $150,000, then it's above what was budgeted. I'm not authorized to approve that invoice. Does that make sense? So
It
we
does
receive-
indeed, but I guess my question would be, it was, you know, $39,000 over what we had budgeted for our auditing company, for our auditors. I guess my question is, why are we here in May? And why didn't that come to us before now? That would be my second question, and then I have a third question. But that would be my second. I'm guessing, I'm wondering why it didn't come to us in 6 months' time, 7 months' time.
So I believe the invoice was received sometime in January. I've got a copy of the invoice. I can-
Oh, I thought it was November originally.
January 23rd is when it was stamped and received by our finance.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so still 5 months. I mean, and my guess is, if we knew that the invoice was more than it was allowed to be, because it was more than the budgeted amount, my question still stands, whether it was November or January, is why are we just now talking about this in May?
So I was made, when the invoice was received,
Yeah.
that's not necessarily when I became aware of it. I believe I became aware of this sometime in February. I think the first notification I provided to anybody was February 28th, I think, when we met, Mayor and Councilor Smith, and I mentioned that we were over budget for the fiscal 2023 year end. I think what I want everybody to keep in mind is there is when an item is paid, and then there's a different time period for what the item is for. So if you think about your 2023 audit, 2023 audit is usually performed in fiscal year 2024, okay? So what we were looking at here is this is the audit that, once they came out to perform the audit, I was not here, but from my understanding, they were on site. During the time period they were out here on site, that's when the embezzlement was uncovered, right? At that point in time, I believe that y'all had the statement of examiners in here, as well as we also had another external auditing firm in to actually do a forensic audit. So the auditors left. They then came back in October, and when they came back in October, they were asked to expedite this audit. We got that audit done in, I think, 30 days, okay? In order to do that, from my understanding, I do not want to speak for them. I asked if they would be able to be here tonight, but they were not able to. But in order to get this done, they had to bring additional staff on site to get the audit done. So this $169,000 that we're looking at is not the cost of the audit if you compare it to $130,000 or $150,000. what I'll also hand out to you is what I did receive from the auditors. And what I asked them to do here is I said, don't give me when you invoiced us. Now, they have the invoice there, but I said, give me the cost of the product that the city purchased. So think about that. What do we buy? We buy a 2023 audit. We buy a 2024 audit. We bought a 2020 audit, a 2021 audit. So what this here shows is the actual cost of the audit. I think that if you look at this, you'll see that going back to 2021, which is what I asked for, give me some historical context. The audit in 2021, I believe, came into the city at a cost at about 160, 22 at 170, 23 came in right at about 282, and I'm projecting that 24 will probably come in at about 280. Why the increase? The increase in the last 2 years is primarily attributable to the additional testing. I do not want to speak to the auditors, so we'll have to ask them that when they get here. But from my understanding, it's due to the additional testing that took place as a result of the audit. You can think about it, you come out to do an audit, there's more risk, so there's more testing. So what you're looking at now is the actual price of those. So when I started looking at this year and I came in, as I said, well, what did we budget this year? Because it's not just the cost of this one audit, it's the cost of the other auditors that we had in here, right? So I said, well, let's start. Everybody got a copy of this, right?
No.
I'm sorry. Y'all definitely
Yeah.
want that. Yeah.
Yeah, I have one.
So here I said, this is a copy of the actual budget going into this year.
Yeah.
See one of those around.
Got it.
There's two accounts that we're going to primarily focus on. One's going to be accounting and auditing services, which sounds what you think it would be. And the other is contractual services. What I want you to focus on is the items I have highlighted. So when we talk about auditing, right, that's the actual audit that's being done. There's several components to that audit. So the auditing firm here, your audit, that's your financial statement audit, which I've alluded to before, that's $130,000. There's the single audit. The single audit is a required audit that has to be done if you've received more than $750,000. It's going up to $1 million. But if you've received more than $750,000 in federal funding, right? I think what triggered this was probably the ARPA money that you received.
Sure.
Okay? Then there's other, and then there's another item called OPEB. Okay, OPEB stands for Other Post-Employee Benefits. I think the OPEB benefit you have here pertains to health insurance, right? It's health insurance that's provided to retirees until they hit the age of 65. If you look at that, that's roughly somewhere around $159,000. Of the OPEB, I think the actual cost that we pay, it's called a company called Cap Risk for them to do the calculation for the footnote in the financial statements, about $6,900. Okay, if you back that out, you've got somewhere then about $153,000 for the audit. If you look at those numbers that I passed out for the cost of the audit, you can see you went above that, right? But the other issue that we had relative to this is if you look down to your contractual services, there was $20,000 in there for just accounting services. And that's usually, I believe, what y'all have utilized in the last couple of years of bringing in an external accounting firm to assist with the year-end close, okay? Now let me pass this out. This is, we kind of hit budget, so now look at what actually happened. And this may give you some ideas why I put the brakes on everything. But I will never approve an invoice for which we have not certified funding for, okay? And I recommend any and all department heads not to do that, because I think if you go back and you look at the Mayor-Council Act, and I'm not sure if it's just for Class 1 cities or if it's all of them, that's grounds for termination. It is a no-no, okay? So y'all set the budget. The department's heads are required to follow that budget, okay? If we look at this, we go to the accounting and auditing services, and we've already looked at what we budgeted for that. You can see that currently, right now, we spent $314,000 and $314,927, right? What you'll see in there, though, is that there's some expenditures that we didn't even budget for, okay? A lot of those expenditures that you'll see in there had to do, from what I believe, with carryover from the forensic audit, okay? They weren't budgeted for. Those invoices got approved, right? If we look down at contractual services, you'll notice that in contractual services, just very few items there. I believe that one item there, the Iron Mountain, I think that's coded to the wrong account. I think it needs to be reclassified out, okay? So when I started looking at this, what I realized is we only budgeted $150,000 this year for an audit, roughly. I've got $169,000 coming over into this year, and then I know I'm gonna get invoices for $150,000 for 2024. We've got 2 audits that have lined up and have fallen into 1 year. And they're 2 very expensive audits because of the embezzlement that happened. In addition to that, there's additional costs that we're paying to an external accounting firm to assist in some of the peripheral around that audit, i.e. the forensic audit, as well as some other work they're doing. So when I sat down and started looking at this, I said, this isn't just about paying $169. This is trying to right-size all the additional contracts we had that are gonna hit this year. One of the things that we have happened here is there was a contract that got signed March of 2025 with the external accounting firm. The funding source that was identified was other contractual services, right? You'll see there was a line item of $105,000 in there, okay? A month before, in February, that same account was given as a funding source for the HCM system that we implemented, right? Third-party payroll. So now what we've done is we've duplicated or spent the same dollar twice. Does that make sense?
So we did other contractual services for the Paycom contract.
Yes, ma'am. So what I'm trying to do now is say, okay, look, we need to take a breath and we need to right-size those 2 accounts for the finance department, for the city, so that we can do primarily 2 things. One, we need to close out the 23 and the 24 audit.
Yes, we
The
do.
23 audit, we got done in 30 days. I don't know how, but it got done. It's gone. The 24 audit is now complete. That was done in, I think, 15 weeks. However, before we can close that audit out, we need to take care of that prior year invoice.
Yeah, okay, so, thank you for all of that, and I guess my question now is, so what you're saying is the line item where we budgeted for the auditors, in the 24-25 budget, that $130,000 has already been spent?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then what we're talking about is, moving the amount of that invoice, which was $169,236.75, from our general fund budget, to our auditing line item, to our financial services, professional accounting auditing services line item, to cover this invoice for the 2023 audit.
That is correct.
Okay.
And we will have more items to go to this finance committee later
Right.
on, cleaning up some other issues that he brought up already.
Yeah, okay.
And the other part of the answer to the question is, I've talked to both Kelly and Melanie that because the way the system is set up right now, if you enter this $169,700 into the system, it will automatically go into the payment process. And so they're trying to make sure with our other auditors that there is a method of which we could block the payment from automatically occurring so that once this is funded, that can be removed.
Okay.
And that was part of it, and then I said, the other part is you don't leave a piece of paper on the desk week after week. You make that an irritant to me.
Okay.
And then I will bring that to the council to be fixed. But I can't do it if I don't know about it, so that's the irritant.
Okay.
I
All right.
want everybody to understand right now what we have on the table to rectify those two accounts, okay, is y'all are needing $439,409 in the accounting and auditing account.
Okay,
and
can
you're
I-
needing
can I hold up?
$146 in the other one.
Okay, well, let me hold up right there because we don't have those items on the agenda yet. What we're dealing with is
Okay.
250425, which is paying this invoice. So we're not gonna deal with those other things right now. We'll deal with that on another night when those
Thank
items
you.
hit the agenda. Tonight, we're gonna deal with paying this invoice.
Sure.
Yes, yes, please.
I mean, we rely on the finance department to formulate our budget. So we came up with a budget, and I understand when things change. You know, we added the line item for the external, accounting help. But to say that if something comes in over budget, you're just not gonna do anything with it. I mean, I don't wanna hear that. I want you to come to us and say, this is over budget. That's what every department head does, and they come to us and they tell us that, so that we can address it then. It's very disturbing that you're coming up now with all these numbers, and we were not aware of it before now. So, thank you.
We'll expedite the process. I apologize for that.
Okay, so, we have a need right now to transfer 169,236.75 from our general fund budget to our auditing line item to cover this outstanding invoice for BMSS for our 2023 audit.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion from Mr. Brandt and a second from Mr. Harden. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
5-0. All right, thank you. We are moving on. All right, so 260425, request for consideration of a BMSS audit brief. This one, we.
Has to be pushed.
Yes.
Because we don't have this until this is paid.
Right, so we'll carry over 260425 to a meeting after we get this invoice taken care of. All right, 270425 is a similar item to what we already did, which was presentation of the mid-year review by the finance director tonight, and I would entertain a motion to drop that.
Motion to drop.
Second.
All right, motion for Mr. Gwaltney, second for Mr. Alanon. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that is dropped. And then we have 280425, request to declare miscellaneous police department IT equipment surplus, and we have that list that was supplied to us, by Chief Broadhead. There is a number of, it looks like maybe desks, monitors, et cetera, et cetera. And the motion is to surplus these items.
Make the motion to surplus the police.
All right, no, fire. Oh, no, police department, sorry. I said Chief Broadhead. Sorry, y'all. It's been a long night. Yeah.
7:30, we're still on time.
Yeah, we're still in finance. We haven't even gotten to the other committees. All right, so Mr. Brandt made a motion to approve surplusing those police department IT items. A second from Mr. Allemon. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. That is approved. All right. Ooh, Lord have mercy. All right, 290425, request permission for the city manager to execute a contract with Shoal Engineering for engineering design and a company called Romtech for the purchase of a restroom/pavilion facility for the Greenway/soccer park, coming to us from Miss Andrus and Kel Smith. Mr. Smith, you want to take this one?
Sure can.
With support from Miss Andrus?
If you remember, last summer, we applied for a grant for a trailhead facility that looked a little bit different than what you see here. Because it was a trailhead facility, the focus was on a community space and restrooms, of course. And so this pavilion actually extended another 20 feet. We didn't get that grant. So we went back to the drawing board and we talked to Berkeley and Chief Broadhead and said, how can you use this facility also? One of the first things Berkeley said was, we need to cut the pavilion in half, and we need storage for mowers and a cart, which I think Chief Broadhead's going to be able to use also for EMS on the trail, on the Greenway. There are a lot of details around how we're going to pay for this, but we're basically going to use a co-op, Sourcewell, and I've talked to the public examiner's office in Montgomery. So we are a part of this co-op, or we can purchase this for $191,000.
So it's a prefab.
It's a prefab deal, and they ship it on a truck, and then we have to bid the job for a contractor to install and assemble the pavilion facility. So this is kind of what it looks like in elevation. So on the back side of it, nearest the soccer park, there'll be 2 garage doors to get the mower and the carts in and out. And then the pavilion is 20 feet, which is bigger than what Berkeley says is at any other place. So.
Yeah, so that's still room to have a birthday party
That's
if
right.
you want to. Yeah.
And get out of the rain or.
And get out of the rain if you're, yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
get out of the rain.
And
And
outdoor
tell your buddy
classrooms.
that you want to meet him at the pavilion
Yeah.
at the trail.
Yeah.
And the outdoor classrooms, we've heard, when
That's
we
right.
went through and we reached out to tons of members of the community to get, input with local business owners or, the high school and Sanford, and we got letters of support saying they would use this space as outdoor. Friends of Shades Creek, Cabo River Society, they would use this space too.
Okay. And I believe, correct me if I am wrong, Mr. Smith, but I believe we are going to use some of those ARPA funds which have remained unspent are we not doing that?
We don't have any ARPA funds. This is all bond money.
I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing.
Right.
Bond
You
money.
may-
Yeah, I knew what I was, again, it's been a really long night. My brain is scattered. Okay, so we're gonna use unspent bond money to fund this project since we did not get the grant that we were hoping
That's
to
right.
get. Okay.
That's right.
And that is, so the building itself, you said that is $191,771.35.
There you go. And then the other piece of this is to release the civil engineer to perform design services, provide site plans that we can bid.
And I was, and Randy, oh no, Randy is still here. Sorry, you're behind Mr. Segrist. I assume this requires a, footing. I mean, it's gonna require a foundation.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Well, is that beyond your department's ability, or will we be
Yeah, I
able
can
to do
answer
that in-house?
Yeah, no.
No.
We're gonna bid all of that. stuff.
Everything's gonna get bid
Everything,
out.
yep.
Okay.
So the contractor will build the footing.
Yeah.
We'll assemble the building,
Okay.
do the site work. There's utilities that are gonna have to come to the building. So,
Yeah, right.
All that'll be in
In
a bid package.
It's similar to the restroom up at 6 acres.
Okay.
That's what we did on it.
Okay.
It's a fab build, and we had foundations on it, then came in and sat down on top of it.
Okay.
And the one on Watkins Trail too in Mount Brook, by Mount Brook Elementary
Yeah,
School.
by the school, yeah. All right, so the item is to approve the contract and purchase, there's 2 contracts?
Well, Joel is one.
Right, and then there's the ROMTech, yeah, for the purchase of the actual building. And does anybody have any questions? I'm sorry, I didn't ask if anybody had any questions about it.
Counselor Smith,
Yes.
I'm not on the committee, but just really quick. I noticed the ADA access, is that I assume that's to the pavilion, not to the trail from there, right?
So there will be ADA access. I didn't include this, and what I sent Brian, I probably should have. We drew a site plan when we applied for the grant that showed ADA parking spaces in front of this, like taking a couple of the existing parking spaces, turning them into ADA spaces to get to here, and then also access to the trail.
Okay.
So there's
great.
gonna be an 8-foot path where there's currently the gravel path. Yeah, we're gonna dress all that up.
That was
That's
actually
fantastic.
That was actually part of our proposal, was that it was increased accessibility.
That's amazing, thank you.
All right, good question.
I'll make a motion for approval of both contracts.
All right, for approval for both contracts, motion for Mr. Gwaltney, second for Mr. Harden. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. 5-0, that is, both of those are approved.
There'll be 2 resolutions. just
Okay.
for resolution.
Okay, perfect. 300425, request for consideration of ordinances and resolutions associated with the 2025 general election and runoff election, coming to us from our city attorney, Mr. Kendrick. These are things that we have to address for our upcoming municipal election.
I sent them to you, but I bought a copy also.
Thank you.
So they were in what I sent last week.
I'm good, I have it.
Anybody else? Need one?
Yep, I'm good.
Let me go through them right quick.
Okay.
The first one is a resolution to authorize Bo to sign a contract with, or the city manager to sign a contract with Jefferson County to get the voting machines and supplies. We've got to do that. So for both the municipal election on the 26th of August and the runoff if there is one. The second one is appointing your city clerk as the absentee election manager, compensating at $50 a day, which is what we did for the special election, compensation. The third is a resolution that defines the voting machines that we use, which is what the county supplies to us. We don't have machines. So we have to pass that resolution and file with the Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
All right, the fourth is the ordinance that calls the election. And this is a little bit of important because we have all new voting places, because we have all new wards. So we're gonna have to, in addition to, we have to send a notice out to every voter in Homewood of where their new voting place is.
Well, we got some.
Well, we got Jefferson County.
Well, that's not, that's not.
Well,
That's state.
You got one from Jefferson County, because they have to do the same thing we have to do.
Yeah.
And we're moving out of the schools anyway, like, so everyone's gonna change
My
anyway.
only point is we have to send out
Okay.
a notice
Yeah.
to everyone we normally.
We're required by law to do the notice.
Yeah, everybody has a new voting place.
Yeah.
And the voting places are gonna be the senior citizen for Ward 1 over on Oak Grove Road. Ward 2 is the Central Park. Ward 3 is the library.
Red Center, yeah.
Yes. Ward 4 is here at City Hall on the first floor. Now, in this ordinance, I've also added a provision that the chief of police has a right to reserve parking places behind the City Hall, because at lunch, you won't be able to get a parking place for voters.
Okay.
You need to be aware of, because these are all new voting places, everybody in Homewood's gonna be complaining that they don't know where to go, or that they shouldn't have changed their voting place. That's gonna come because it happens. We haven't had to in 20 years. so
Right.
we've
And
had
I
to say-
assume we'll have our voting managers in each of the polling places who will be directing people to their correct place if they show up at the wrong.
But there will be complaints.
Yeah, oh, sure. Yeah.
But, I hear you, but I will also say we were coming out of the schools anyway, so those of us that were voting at Shades Cahaba, we were never gonna vote there again.
And Edgewood.
In Edgewood, yeah, so there was change coming.
Correct, that change was gonna happen anyway.
That's my point.
And the
So-
We've been
schools-
working with the county and the
Yes.
schools, and there will be no more voting in the schools.
And the schools are thrilled about it.
They are, and by the way,
Thrilled.
that's not just us, that's.
Everywhere.
That's other places in the county too.
Yeah.
Commissioner Boland in particular is really pushing that.
Yeah. All right, so, okay, we're up to calling the election.
Yeah, the notice of election, you'll have the mayor voted at large in Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, council members voted within those wards.
Okay.
We've set out those voting places. There's a copy of the ballot, or just a form that's required by law.
Okay.
Also provides that the city clerk or the mayor, if the mayor's not a candidate, essentially has to provide voting lists. You'll have to appoint, the next ordinance is you have to appoint, the mayor has to give notice of the election on January the 10th.
Okay.
Excuse me, June the 10th.
June the 10th, okay.
Yeah. The last ordinance is the ordinance where you appoint the election officials, and Bo will come up with those. We have to do that by 15 days before the election, so we want to do it as soon as we can.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you to put all these, at least the first 4 on your agenda, so we can go ahead and adopt them. We have to adopt some of these before the end of May anyway.
Right.
The sooner the better, so Bo can sign the contract and get the election.
And do these need to be done in separate ordinances?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't.
Each one of these is a resolution, and I've given you our ordinance.
Okay, and let me ask this question. I counted 8. Is that wrong?
8.
I counted 8. I thought.
Well, they're numbered.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
7.
7. Okay, sorry. I added one in there that wasn't correct. Okay, so you're telling me the top 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4 definitely need to be
On the next agenda.
approved for Monday night?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, could we go ahead and do the ballot form? I guess we can't really do the ballot until people are
No,
qualified.
you will do that. That is number 4.
Okay, all right. So do I have a motion to approve, at least for Monday night, the first 4?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. All right, I got a motion from Mr. Allemon. Who seconded that? Mr. Gwaltney. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Those 4 are approved, and then we'll handle the next ones when.
So do we want to do something about, like, how do we remember, or will Mike, 5, 6, 7, will you just remind us to do that next time, or?
No, we can't. The only other one you have to appoint is the election officials, and we can't do that to vote. It's,
Till closer to the election.
yeah.
Okay.
We have to do it by August the 10th.
Okay.
But we'll typically do it before that.
Yeah.
Counselor Smith, I just have a question for Mike
Sure.
related to this too, leading up to the public referendum, you provided us with a document, kind of like with a timeline with the deadlines to pass the ordinances. Okay. Okay. There was, got it, thanks. There was like an overview sheet that I thought would be helpful to make sure we meet the deadlines, that's all, but we can write it in, thanks.
Well, I mean, I can give you the calendar.
Yeah.
I think that'd be helpful.
The calendar, yeah, if you don't mind.
All right, okay, so, gone there, and then we'll deal with the rest of them when we get to that point on the calendar. All right, item 310425, request to authorize the city manager to sign an agreement with ICC CDS for Laserfish support, coming to us from Brandon Sims. This is our scanning system.
Yes, currently the city uses Laserfish as document management platform, and the previous people that we were under support with, they had very limited capabilities.
Okay.
And so we would like to move to be under support of a group that is actually supporting one of our neighbors. They're supporting Vestavia.
Okay.
And all this does is pretty much allow them to formally take us on as a client. We've already paid the cost out for this year for the support, so this is just allowing them to formally take us on and help us.
Okay, all right.
I make a motion to approve, sign an agreement with ICC-CDS for Laserfish support.
Okay, motion for Mr. Harden.
Second.
Second for Mr. Brandt. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. All right, 430425, request for consideration to create a deputy finance director, chief accountant position, coming to us from our city manager, Mr. Adams.
So we hired a contractor to do workload analysis, and it showed that there's enough workload at that level to be able to justify hiring a deputy city manager, deputy finance.
It's been a
director.
long night.
Yes, it has. And it would be a grade 32 chief accountant by our Jefferson County Personnel Board. They've already validated that preliminary with JJ. Bottom line is the workload is there. We still have more work to do to resolve all of the issues, and this person would take that routine workload up.
Okay. And can you tell us, because this was obviously not a position that was included in our budget originally.
Correct.
What the amount is and where we're going to get that money?
So it has to come from the general fund because it wasn't
Right.
budgeted in the first place.
Right.
I neglected to look at the pay band
Okay.
value.
Can you have
But
it
it's
just for
pay
Monday
band
night?
32.
Okay. Yeah, can you have a number for us on Monday night before
I
we?
will.
Okay. All right. Any questions from anybody?
Just wait till next
No,
fiscal year.
we're still going. What? We haven't had a vote on it yet.
Can this wait till next fiscal year? Because, again, the budget process, we go through this, we look at all the positions. I understand this is new information, but I would prefer we handle it through the budget.
I know, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. I, in general, I would agree with you. I think we're kind of in an extraordinary circumstance, because we're just trying to dig out of a hole that some people dug for us that we would like to get out of sooner rather than later.
This was a deliberate process that a previous finance director that we're trying to dig through and create the proper workload. That's all this is.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
Didn't we approve some positions that we haven't hired already that are
We're
budgeted?
hiring
At least
one data
some of that
person.
is.
We're hiring one data person under Melanie, and we did not hire data under Candy. So yes, some portion of this is able to be done.
I guess I was just trying to clarify. I thought we had budgeted some positions at certain levels, but
We
had
did,
yet
and
to
like you
hire.
said,
and-
we hired one of those people.
Sure.
We're in
Yeah.
the process. We're in
Right.
the process.
Yeah, haven't done it yet.
But it was budgeted for them to be here the whole year.
Correct.
And so we're kind of starting late anyway with some of these, I don't know. Hopefully it will
It's not
help
as bad
offset
as-
some of the costs, but,
It's not as bad as it could be if we didn't have that person, but correct.
okay.
All right,
Thank you.
I see the mayor standing up.
Yeah, so, Walter and I don't often disagree, but we do on this. So this is my position. The sooner we get the proper people in the proper positions within finance, the sooner we can avoid some of the extra expenses that we are incurring right now with having help, temporary help being brought in. So I don't disagree that ideally we would do this in the budget cycle, but I think that because we are using temporary help, the idea of getting people in place, the proper people in place now, the sooner we do that, the sooner we can cut off the spigot on those other things.
And I will say also, Mr. Jones, since we're talking about this now in May, by the time we go through the personnel board to actually hire this person,
It's gonna be pretty close.
my guess is we're gonna be real close to the actual budget. And we will have already started talking about the budget, which then we can build this into the 25.
Yeah, I mean, again, one of the benefits of it would be that the person would be here to sort of observe the budget process and get more acclimated within Homewood to be a part of that process moving forward.
Yeah. All right.
One more question. So, Lynn, I mean, you said temporary. I mean, if we bring these people on, is it a lifetime appointment or is this
This is a permanent position.
Yeah.
The workload has already been identified by the contract we hired to do the workload development.
And so basically this person, because right now we have Carl Riggs providing, temporary help with us to manage the workload in the finance department. And so this person would eventually just take that workload away and we would not have the temporary people.
Gotcha.
It would be that person.
All right,
Yeah.
I'll make the motion then.
All right, I have a motion from Mr.
Second.
Brandt. I have a second from Mr. Hart. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Do I have any opposed? All right, that is 5-0 to approve that, and dear Lord, we are adjourned. I did. I did, Mr.
I got it.
Public Safety Committee meeting from May 5th, 2025. Councilor Gwaltney.
Here.
Wolverton. Here. Brandt. Here. Now, is that Harden? Stepped away.
Where did he go? Maybe to the
Yeah,
bathroom.
three.
All right, thank you, sir. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to dispense the reading and approve the minutes from the Public Safety Committee meeting April 21st.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by
Second.
Councilor Brandt, second by Councilor Wolverton. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 3-0. Old business, 070425, request for consideration to add a street light at 1455 Overlook Road. Mr. Hamley, I'd first like to apologize to you, because I should have come and told you that once it's approved in finance, we probably would have just, you could have gone home. But thank you for hanging out with us. So, same item that we had in finance for the street light that was addressed by, I forget their names at the moment. Yeah, so is there any further discussion amongst the committee or anyone in the room?
Nope.
Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Counselor Brandt with the motion, Wolverton with the second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. None. Sorry, 3-0. New business, 3205-0425, request for consideration of a crosswalk at the intersection of Mayfair and Ridge. Counselor Smith and Nelms.
Oh,
This
yes,
is
sorry.
about the playground.
Yes, no, not by the playground.
There we go.
So this is a result of some conversations that we had with residents on Mayfair Drive on the non-sidewalked end. Kale and I and Jalit met several of the neighbors out there, and then Kale went out there subsequently, and we had we had some speed studies done. Randy, yes. And then, so we identified, a neighbor brought up the fact that we have no crosswalk that gets you from the end of the sidewalks on Ridge on the opposite side to the start of the sidewalks that go along the side of the library. And that, there you go. So there's no crosswalk at that intersection taking you from the end of one sidewalk to the start of the other sidewalk. And as we all know, that's a fairly heavily trafficked area, especially in morning times and afternoon times when kids are walking home from Shades Cahaba. And also people accessing the library and trying to get over to Overton Park. So the proposal was that we would add a sidewalk in, and Randy, you'll have to tell me, I can't remember if we decided to take the crosswalk from the end of that driveway across.
From the end of that driveway. If we do it at an angle, it's gonna be a lot,
Weird.
longer crosswalk, and,
Yeah.
we try to make it as short as possible, so they, spend the least amount of time out on the road as possible, so.
And that is there's a stop sign there and a stop sign over here, so you've got two stop signs. A three-way stop, yeah, so that will help that there's no car that's just gonna be flying through where there shouldn't be.
Right.
Somebody's provided me this diagram.
Yeah, but I say we have a drawing, but that appears to contradict what we're discussing.
Oh, is that the angle, is that the angled one? Cause we talked about doing it straight across from the sidewalk. So we can get you an
I would
updated.
say, as someone who lives on this road, people do it straight across. They don't do it from the sidewalk.
No, they do it from that driveway, yeah.
So,
Cause again, it's the shortest route.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll provide
We
you.
just need a new diagram.
We just need a new diagram.
Mr. Kendrick, I'll provide you with an updated graphic, since I think I created that one.
Okay, yeah.
Or Kale, do you wanna do it? Did you create it?
Who drew the diagram?
I think I did. Someone was explaining it to me, and I wanted to make sure that I was capturing what we were talking
Engineer
about.
Andy
Yeah.
did that.
So,
Of his many hats, he's now
I would love to draw
covered.
a diagram. I also have a concern, so when we install these crosswalks,
Yeah.
we need to make sure that through ProAg and ADA, that we have a place for someone in a chair to land.
Right.
Safely, so I would encourage you guys, the city, to go ahead and
Put a ramp.
put ramps in on either side.
I mean,
Of
well.
the crosswalk.
Okay, well, so here's a question, because that driveway, although it doesn't really look it, it's
It's
pretty
flush.
daggum flat.
Right, we would just pour it from the landing up to the driveway.
We just might have to put a landing.
On one side, okay, gotcha.
Would the stop sign need to move back some?
Berkeley can put that in.
Okay, you can do that, okay.
Yep.
All right, so I guess, and people feel free to ask any questions, but, I mean, well, no, it's not my committee, what am I talking about? I've been saying, just take it over. You took over for me, now I'm just gonna take over for you.
You've been running that thing all over. Keep going.
But yeah, so it would just be, I mean, it's gonna make that crossing a lot safer for
Kel, are we
the
gonna do
neighbors.
the power, what's that, the green thing, the box?
I think so. There's a storm in my right there. Berkeley will figure it out.
We'll let Berkeley figure that one out.
But there's already
Okay.
a landing right there.
so,
So we have any estimated costs, or we gonna get that?
but it sounds like, Berkeley, you said your team can do this in-house, correct? Okay.
And then
All right,
Randy.
so the appropriate motion would be to approve this item, with the additional work being performed in-house.
As soon as you draw it,
I'll make
Pass that baton, Mr.
Sounds like we don't want that.
I'll make the motion to approve the crosswalk for the intersection of Mayfair and Ridge Road, as long as it's handled in-house with the city employees.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Brandt, second by Counselor Harden. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries 4-0. For the record, please note that Mr. Harden has rejoined us as the Finance Committee. Okay, 330425, request for consideration of a crosswalk at the intersection of Carr and Broadway. Again, Counselor Smith.
Did you draw this one?
I did not.
Sorry, y'all. Apparently I'm crosswalk lady tonight. And my apologies to my Ward 3 councilmates. I just happened to be coming home from Publix one day, and there was a mom with her stroller crossing a cross car from one corner to the other. And she was maneuvering her stroller, and there's no crosswalk there going across Carr. There is a sidewalk, there is a crosswalk that goes across Broadway from right there to get people over to Sorelle and the restaurant, John Marco's. But there's not a crosswalk going across Carr from one sidewalk to the other sidewalk. And I just watched this young mom struggling to get across while there were cars trying to navigate that intersection. So I said, hey, while I'm adding crosswalks, let's add another one. So that's where it is.
Somebody send me a map.
Are we sure there wasn't one here before? I was gonna pull up Street View. I feel like there used to be.
And it
one
got
here.
repaved and maybe didn't get
Yeah.
restriped.
Maybe that's it, maybe it just didn't go back down because, and I will say, the one that's crossing Broadway doesn't look nearly that
Berkeley
fresh
says
and
there wasn't
clean.
one there.
There wasn't?
There, even when we repaved.
There's no curb cut really on that
Okay,
side.
so that would be, I would love to have a, so you see that there's got the little ramp over there and then there's the ADA ramp on this side.
Berkeley will be in-house too?
Yeah, Randy will be.
Yeah, Randy will be doing that one.
It looks like that
Yes.
ramp needs to be.
Yes.
lined up.
Thank you,
No,
Randy.
I'm not,
Oh, yeah, the one on the.
Mr. Walt needs to.
Yeah, the one on that side. I can do that.
Okay,
Bring
Counselor
that
Sanders.
up to
Counselor Gwaltney, I was just gonna ask about that
Is that a
ramp,
storm?
which Randy is currently referencing, just to make sure that it is up to current ADA standards while we're doing the project.
It's not. Probably not.
Well, there's no ramp on the left there.
We will redo that.
Berkeley said he should.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, so same motion as before.
I'll make the motion to approve the crosswalk for the intersection of Carr and Broadway as long as it's handled with city employees and funds.
Second by Counselor, okay, motion by Counselor Bryant, second. Brandt. Second by Counselor Harden. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, 4-0. 340425, request for a discussion of safety issues at the intersection of Oxmoor and St. Charles, coming from our city manager, Mr. Adams.
So, I've had countless encounters with the public and emails reference this entire area. And I think we need to just tee this up for a conversation. I know I have several people here from the community and businesses willing to talk on it also. I don't know if I sent you the PowerPoint that has the overhead, but I do have, for the committee to look at, a nice little bar diagram of our beautiful area there. It is about as complicated as you can get. I was fortunate that Cale has something so we can cut a piece, put it over and draw ideas and concepts if you are so inclined to do so, but to be able to discuss this and say what are we actually willing to do here. I've had several conversations about the sidewalk that you see on the left-hand side possibly coming out. I've had conversations that would include eliminating the left turn into that little alleyway you see right there. And that way it would allow traffic. What you can't see over here on the left is the parking. When trucks park in that parking area, they stick out into that lane. And so people are in the turn lane anyway, and that would eliminate that from being able to be blocked off because everybody's stuck behind a car that's in the turn lane. Everybody couldn't easily turn from the next light down to the left and access everything on that alleyway has. I just want a lot of conversation to go on because I've been hearing of effects of parking. I've been hearing the effects of loading down the St. Charles next to Odie's right here. And so there was a discussion about possibly putting a no loading zone down the middle of that.
Thought we already had.
Alright,
Yeah, I
so-
thought we already did.
So hold on, for historical purposes, that was, as it is today, or right there, you could do anything you wanted to there. After the previous item was discussed, that was turned into a loading zone with the intention of preventing cars from parking there, but what has occurred is that the trucks are now parking there, and they're either parking too close to the street, or they're parking too far up, or they're parking on the sidewalk. It's just become an issue largely. Once we had an issue, I think a couple weeks ago, and I talked at length with Captain Sutton, and their recommendation from police, and you can validate this if I'm incorrect, but was that needs to be turned into no parking, and then we can then force the trucks into the parking lot. So that will also force them to have to come earlier for deliveries, which they should be doing anyway. I will say, some of the players, because I go through there pretty early in the morning usually, most of the players are getting their deliveries early, but it does seem that some of the businesses are receiving their deliveries at inopportune times that cause lots of headaches. So I think the no parking, so as a part of all of this, I think no parking needs to occur at that spot.
You mean the yellow curb?
Yes.
Yellow curb, yes.
So what I would recommend is, I know we have people here from the community that would like to talk to this, and give their ideas, and that way you all can then take those ideas and discuss any options that you may want to do.
Okay, so before we move to public, anybody else want to share any thoughts here? And then we'll go straight into those.
I guess my question is this something that we really need a traffic engineer, somebody to look at this on a bigger picture? That, I don't know, Kale may be better
So
answer that.
I mean, it's been studied every which way, I feel like, and there have been concepts drawn and.
We've made lots of, so all four, to try to address, because what happens is, you know, at 3 o'clock, this area explodes, it's busy in the morning, you know, then there's an event going on, there's just people everywhere, right? So what needs to happen ultimately in all of these areas, in my opinion, is we need to slow traffic and then maintain sightlines. You know, I was a big fan of bricking the whole area, but lots of people in here laughed at me because they thought bricking in that area was a bad idea. But that being said, I think the focus needs to be, and then we'll move on to the public to get at there's probably ideas we haven't thought of there, but slow traffic down somehow and avoid parking here so sight lines aren't blocked. Because all that will benefit us whenever we've got lots of people on the street.
I do some so spin back around, Brian, toward Big Spin. So that crossing right there leads you directly into a vehicle that may back onto you into the crosswalk. That's the most dangerous and crazy crosswalk we have in Homewood.
That didn't have a working signal until about 2 years ago.
Yeah, not long ago.
Right.
Getting out of there is dangerous.
But the one that's at the next block is a terrible crosswalk as well, I would say, or might be the second worst
Broadway,
crosswalk.
Broadway.
Yes.
The good thing about that one though, Ms. Spear, is after school and before school, we have an officer station there to help people across. Our most vulnerable people, you know, children, we have an officers there Monday through Friday to help with crossings, specifically for children. So it is, in my opinion, it's a lot safer crosswalk than the one in St. Charles.
But I guess if though, if we're talking about making it into the main crosswalk, because there's a lot of people that cross the street all day long at the one that we were just looking at earlier. And did we change the signal at this crosswalk so that when the hand comes up that you can walk, that the left turn off of Broadway is still red, or do we know? Because that's a big issue.
Broadway has not been changed.
Okay.
St. Charles got changed.
Okay. Well, anyway, that's all a part of the, I mean, I guess, are we just looking at
I just
pedestrian
wanted this
access
to be a
and-
conversation because since I've been here a whopping 2 months, I've had discussions with citizens 4 to 5 times a week. So there's a lot of issues here. And as the new person, I shouldn't be the one who comes up with the right decision. I just tee up the discussion.
Okay. All right, so anybody would like to speak, feel free. You'll come up here so we can get you on the microphone. He's happy to give us your address and your name.
Hello, I'm Hannah Hightower. This is my husband Brad and my son George. We live at 306 St. Charles Street. And last month we met with Mr. Adams to discuss our concerns. And I'm happy to hear that he brought something more open than what we initially discussed. We've lived at St. Charles Street for more than 10 years with our 12-year-old and 9-year-old who go to Homewood Middle and Edgewood Elementary. Over the last 2 to 3 years, St. Charles Street and the intersection of Oxmoor have become increasingly dangerous to both traffic and pedestrians. Large semi-trucks park in the loading zone on the first block of St. Charles next to Odie's, often in high traffic times, morning school drop-offs, dinner time. They block half the street, so traffic exiting and entering St. Charles meet blindly head-on in one lane. I can't believe there hasn't already been a serious accident. We request the loading zone be removed and changed to yellow no parking. Number 2, cars park directly across from each other down St. Charles, completely blocking traffic. I don't mean a single car to get through. I mean no cars can get through, including emergency vehicles. This is because there's inadequate parking for the businesses of Edgewood Business District. We want a solution to prevent St. Charles traffic from becoming blocked. We've been here before. We came to you guys before when our then 8-year-old son was hit as a pedestrian at that crosswalk accompanied with an adult nanny in March of 2024. We've sent letters April 23 of 2024, July 23 of 2024, and our neighbors and my husband spoke to the city council on May 19th of 2024. Other than having the light changed to where the drivers now get a red light so the pedestrians can cross, this has not been addressed, and we've had multiple conversations about this problem, including our other neighbors who are here and have had to leave because of the time. Our first priority should be citizen safety. I feel like our priorities are backwards. We're bending over to be convenient to the businesses of that district. We enjoy the businesses of that district. We have no vendetta against them, but they need to be good neighbors, and right now they're not being good neighbors. We're very frustrated. There are 32 businesses in that Edgewood district who share 200 parking spaces. Based on the maximum occupancy and the number of employees, there's 1,000 people potentially trying to use these 200 parking spaces. They're down our street and the side streets. We are asking for some sort of solution. Obstructing the intersection and blocking traffic on our street is not neighborly and is unsafe. We understand that your job is to make sure that businesses can be successful and that our street can be safe at the same time, but we've lost that balance. We are open to ideas and solutions, but the status quo cannot remain. And I also am pleased to hear your comments of the Creekside development. I just ask that you consider the downstream consequences of the developments we already have that are on a much smaller scale, negatively impacting our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, who else would like to speak to this item?
All right, so
can you give your address?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm Tom Walker from 1402 Roseland Drive. If you all are familiar, we've done a development in West Homewood, and we're not here to speak about that this evening, but to speak about this intersection and really in general Edgewood, downtown Edgewood. I don't know how, Chief Ross or Glenn, you really want me to talk about this, but y'all asked me to come and speak to it tonight. So really what I came to speak about was not necessarily traffic in the intersection or in Edgewood. It was really more relating to vagrancy. I'm not sure how much all you all know about this, but there's a person that lives in Edgewood out of her car. She's potentially doing more than that. And what I have really noticed the business owners, one of the business owners and I came and talked with Glenn and JJ and Chief Ross last week about it. And I encourage them to come and talk tonight, and then also to allow them some time to be able to put in place some effort to really allow more attention to address the issue. But what I thought would be beneficial tonight would have just sort of same spirit, start a discussion about what could potentially be done here. I think that the police force is handcuffed a little bit by some federal legislation and some federal rulings that have prevented them from being able to enforce vagrancy laws to the way that we would want them enforced in neighborhoods like Homewood and Edgewood. And like I said, I really only wanted to come. I stayed this long, so I really felt like I had to say something, but I also wanted to make sure that everybody understood this is a real issue. This lady's been living here for about 7 months now. She's been addressed with the police department several times. She's been trespassed from most of the businesses. She's smart enough to know that she can't go in and out of the businesses now. I know it's an eye-opening conversation. I think it's a conversation we need to have, and I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention. Chief, do you have anything else I should say, or you won't? I don't really want to elaborate on it. I just wanted to bring it up as you all kind of directed me to.
No, I appreciate you coming tonight, Mr. Walker, and we had a good meeting the other day you referenced. I appreciate that. I've done some research since our meeting, and I have what I feel like is a potential solution that would directly affect and perhaps solve the issue that you brought up. And it's a city ordinance from another city in the southeast. There's a couple of cities in the southeast that have an ordinance that basically states you can't live in your car. And I want to maybe send that to the city attorney, let him look at it, and then perhaps the council can give it some consideration, but it might give us the ability to keep people from doing it. It's not the first time we've had this kind of issue happen in Homewood. And look, I understand people become homeless for lots of different reasons, but protect the integrity of our neighborhoods and our shopping districts like this. It might be in the city's best interest to to look at an ordinance like this.
Chief,
I
did you
don't
find
know.
out if the person she'd been hanging out with had been like, convicted of any kind of nefarious activity, or? Because I agree, I don't think we should prosecute people for being homeless. I think that what worried me was something that I saw with someone she was.
Yeah, it's not just that she's homeless is not the problem, but the conduct, the behavior, and perhaps even some criminal behavior that we might, well, I know we've had to address already with her in particular. But yeah, please rest assured that we are looking at her and her cohort, for lack of a better word, with regard to criminal activity.
And I don't mean to raise concern. I'm trying to do is create a discussion, because I think it's something that, this is not a business owner, this is a resident. Woods is my son. He's over here watching Paw Patrol. He lives right down the street. We're 600 yards away from Edgewood Elementary, and we're 200 yards away from Dawson Baptist Church. And it's something that I think that should be addressed. And if there's anything that citizens of Homewood can do to empower the police or the counselors in Homewood to be able to more adequately protect or give them more tools in their toolbox to be able to provide more, a safer area, then we're happy to do that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
That's a very good point, and I think an additional agenda item to handle this topic would be good, especially if it's going to need to become an ordinance. I have received many complaints from the apartment complex that is across the street from this intersection we're discussing now, of similar situations where someone is either living behind the building or living on their stoop, and they've moved on now, but they routinely have had that issue. He's been back at least once. It may be the cohort with this person. But I would say, can you work on some of that ordinance detail with Mr. Kendrick, and when you're ready, we can put that back on the agenda, and if you want to come support it.
We're here to support it. We, the businesses of Edgewood are I believe, majority behind it. And like I said, we had somebody from one of the businesses with us in the meeting. And they're the ones who see it every day. I see it when I drive through it. Unfortunately, my world runs through Edgewood Village, and so I kind of pay attention to what's happening right there. But I'm happy to help from the citizen side, and I know the businesses would support it well, and appreciate y'all listening to me tonight.
Of course. And look, just to let the council know too, we've increased our presence there. I hope, Mr. Hightower, I hope you will notice that too in the future.
See our names come across your phone.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're there to monitor the parking problems we're having, the safety concerns, whether it's traffic related or, potential crimes being committed there, problems that we have with vagrancy, and a host of other things. There was a crawfish truck on the sidewalk one night where we had to respond to that because it's blocking the street when the traffic couldn't pass. I understand the issues that you brought up with the people parking on both sides of St. Charles. All of these things, all of these challenges are because everybody wants to come there. There's great businesses there. There's great, residential areas to live at and schools to go to, churches to go to. So it's a good problem that the city's having with respect to that, but give us some time to work on it from a policing standpoint, and I really think we can make a difference down there with regard to the problems that we're experiencing.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say is that every single instance that I've had individually, and I know that this other business owner has had, has been that the police have responded incredibly quickly. They've been very prompt, they've been adequate in how they've dealt with it, and been very clear in how they've communicated with us. So we appreciate you all doing that. All we're really trying to suggest is potentially adding more tools to your toolbox to be able to help, keep the area as safe as we possibly can. So I appreciate y'all's time.
The important part on this also is this person's able to blend in with other vehicles, and that's part of the issue. They're parking different locations, blending in with the vehicles because of the amount of traffic that's there. And they're blending, so you can't time them out. They're in different places every day, and they're blending in.
Okay, so I said that was the last thing, but y'all know me well enough. That's not the last thing. The real last thing is that one of the things that I talked about today was the potential to add hours of operation to the parking lots, to the municipal lots there. I know that I talked with Mr. Kendrick earlier today about something else, and he said that a lot of the businesses use those lots overnight for their catering trucks and things like that. So perhaps if we put hours of operation on the parking lots, and you didn't have a special permit to park in those parking lots, you couldn't be there overnight. Because the way that it's been described to me is that it's almost like free parking in Monopoly. If somebody's there and they're not doing anything wrong, then there's a really hard chance for them to be moved out of the way for doing that. But if you do it and you make the hours of operation in accordance with the businesses in the neighborhood, that might help.
Or we put in a pay to park.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm not here to pick that fight.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
saying.
all right. It's
Yeah.
a solution.
Yes, sir.
So, I want to ask one thing. For clarification, you legally cannot block our sidewalks by ordinance, right?
No, you cannot.
Okay, so has that truck or tent or whatever he's been setting up, has he been back?
Every
since then?
Thursday night.
That's what I thought.
Well,
So-
I think what he went from doing is positioning his truck to basically block the sidewalk. They moved the truck over to the parking lot, and then he blocked the sidewalk with tents the next week. So hopefully this last Thursday, he didn't do either one of those things. Okay, good,
Oh,
because
so-
we have,
He set up inside of Odie's. He set up inside of
he set up inside, okay, yeah, because we,
because of the weather.
yeah, okay. But I've directed my guys to absolutely, we're not gonna tolerate that. We're gonna start citing people for doing things like
Yeah,
that. and-
were we confirming he has a peddler's license? I guess it would be a peddler's license, right? If he's-
Business
He'd have to have a business license, but I think
Yeah.
to solicit from city
We-
property, you need a peddler's license.
We've instructed our officers to check for that as well the next time we have contact with him.
Alright, so let us know if he should. Alright, so, okay. Are you, Mr. Walker, you good?
I'm good, thank you very much.
But before we let them go, but I mean, do y'all have any ideas? I mean, do you want that alley to be one way?
We're not leaving.
I was trying to take that agenda item and put it to bed, so we can move on with this agenda item.
Okay, so I'm Patrick Vick from 209 St. Charles, and one recommendation that we have would be to cut the street off at Stewart Street and make it a dead end for St. Charles. That way we're not having to deal with the pedestrians parking their cars in front of our houses. They go to the bars or the restaurants, they stay 3 or 4 hours, and then we're having to deal with them as they're coming back to their vehicles. And it's just putting the community in a toxic situation with us dealing with somebody that's been partaking in beverages or whatever you want to call it, and then coming right outside my front door trying to get into cars. So we're wanting to see if there's a way to possibly dead end
Can you pull that up?
there at Stewart Street.
Can you pull an image up of that?
Sure.
Or make it a one way.
Yes,
Take
it
it
can.
out.
So right here.
So you wanna make that a?
No, turn it towards
Like
St.
down
Charles.
St. Charles, yeah.
Yeah, right there. Right there, make that a cul-de-sac, and then that would open up the city to have more parking in this area. They could use this whole area as a parking lot. And that would keep the people, you gotta envision, there's cars parked both sides of the road right here. When it's all throughout the day, pretty much. But we're dealing with them parking, you know, they get upset at us, and we're having to talk to these people as they're going to their cars, and it's just not a good situation. It's putting us in harm's way. We've actually had several individuals go to a door and knock because they're upset that people are double parked, and they think we're doing it as the residents, and they've knocked on doors asking why, you know, upset about the situation. But that's, our recommendation would be draw the line right there, make it a dead end street for us. I know that's a big request, but
Or a one way. It could be converted into a one way. Coming out. as a-
Y'all need to talk to the fire chief right there.
Well, let me say this.
Why I got him here.
There's major legal issues with closing a public road.
Generally, we're not in favor of it because our general response plan on any of the neighborhoods is to come through the main thoroughfare to the closest cross street. Because if we get off of that main thoroughfare, there's a chance they're double parked and we won't make it through. So if we're coming into your house, we're gonna come down Oxmoor, take a right into your neighborhood there, because that is probably the closest we can get. If we close it there, we'll just have to come around and we may look at parking on the next street up, because when they park side by side like that, we can't get through. There's just no, it's just not possible.
What's the
Some
one
way
way?
to prevent them from parking.
Yeah, that's,
Some way to prevent them.
I came through there the other night after we left Homewood Day in a pickup, and
You can't get.
bump mirrors on both sides. There's no way a fire truck was coming.
the other Saturday, a single lady, she was driving a truck and a trailer, and she got stuck right there where that little orange dot is. I walk out of my house and I go down there and say, ma'am, can I help you? And I had to back her trailer out the backside where she could go, keep going. But she was stuck. She was literally just stuck in the middle of the road. So,
And
The one ways don't bother us because we're
really
really one
responsive and really professional. So what they told us is they don't have any right
There's nothing they can
to
do.
ticket
That's
somebody
the
for
problem.
that
I was
problem.
discussing that with Randy
Okay.
Hambley, traffic sign and signal. The only yellow curbing going, I guess in a northerly direction as we're looking down St. Charles from Stewart Street is that there's no yellow curbing except for the ones that are provided by ordinance, being a certain amount of feet from an intersection.
Where the cars park right into that yellow one right there?
Yeah. If you drive around some of the other streets in that neighborhood, you will see one side of the street is yellow curbing all the way down the street, and then one side is not. So there's nothing for me or my guys to go and write tickets unless they're parked at the intersection on the yellow curbing. So legally, they can park on both sides of the street in front of your houses, which is
Well, and
problematic.
we know that because we did have a meeting with the neighbors and we considered a yellow curb and your officer was there, your
Lieutenant Brundage.
lieutenant.
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, the problem on this street is that the neighbors have so little parking.
Right.
Some of them
Yeah, they didn't like
some
that
of them
idea.
don't even really have a front driveway. So that if they have company, or even for their second car, they have to use the road. So we would be penalizing really one side or the other. And
Yeah,
most of
exactly.
these
On
folks,
a lot of these streets.
most of these folks do park
Yeah,
at
you
least
and I
one.
talked about that.
But I'm not saying that.
And
Here's an
you
idea.
know,
that I have.
the other thing that we're running into real quick, okay.
If we could perhaps come up with an ordinance and or signage that would say something to the effect to disseminate the information to people that are seeking to park there, that don't live there. You can't do that. If you're parking in front of these homes and you're not a resident or a guest of this residence, it could be a violation of city ordinance and we could cite them. And that would perhaps deter, at the very least, somebody that's, you know, frequenting Odie's or these other places to eat and drink. Maybe they wouldn't park there. Maybe they would just use the lot or drive a couple of 3 blocks and find a parking space where they weren't in violation of any ordinance. I don't know, that's just an idea that I thought. We've read this area a bunch of times.
I did a whole bunch of research on residential permit parking.
Mhm.
And I know the.
I mean, it would be difficult to enforce. I'm sure Mr. Kendrick is
Oh, that
already
wouldn't
thinking
be my
that.
problem, it'd be yours.
Right. It'd be difficult to enforce,
The
but
ordinance
look,
is
a lot
not
of
a problem.
times, a lot of times an ordinance with some proper signage can go a long way to deterring people from not wanting to violate the law in the first place.
Mr. Kendrick, can you clarify for us, if you cannot, via parking your vehicle in public roads, make it impassable, correct?
You can't block.
So if the road is impassable, what
Well,
recourse do we
yeah,
have to
but-
fix that problem?
But here's the problem.
How do you determine?
Who made it
who started
impassable?
No, I'm just saying,
I mean,
can we?
which
tell-
car made it impassable?
Yeah.
Why don't you give us a hang tag if we live in the area?
That's a residential permit. We have an ordinance. for
And
that.
so what'd you find out on your deep dive?
So that was about 18 months ago. I learned that there are many municipalities that do it. But then we talked, I think I talked with kind of friends about who would enforce it, who would be in charge of selling the permits. There would be, you know.
Melanie,
just
I
have to
gave you that
define it.
ordinance a couple years ago.
And we have the
Yes.
ordinance to support it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I will say, they do it in, on Churchill in Richmond. I stayed in that neighborhood when we went to a soccer tournament, and, they have residential permitted parking. The permits don't cost anything, but you, like somebody said, I think they had actual, like Churchill resident stickers for their cars.
So I
and
think we.
They also had signage that said parking for residents only.
Well, in Virginia, where I used to live, you had to have a sticker.
Sticker, yeah.
To be in, to park in that neighborhood.
Yeah, oh yeah, no,
If you live in that neighborhood, you got a sticker.
Yeah, that's what it
And
was.
that's how you park, and anybody else that didn't park got a ticket.
That will help the people in the little alley behind all those businesses, and I've get complaints on those too.
So one thing I'll note, I think a potential for the solution here would, and this came from another counselor, would be an excellent idea, would be an ad hoc committee made up of people that are concerned about getting this issue solved, people from the city, and then that committee makes a recommendation to public safety for what the logistics of the ordinance or whatever the solution is, because we could, you know, spend 2 hours, you know, debating ideas. And I think that needs to be basically formulated, sent to Mike for review to confirm that.
Yeah, we have a residential permit.
Yeah, but it needs teeth in how we
Well, it
handle.
has teeth.
Well,
It
but
does,
some,
okay.
yeah, if we have people
Well,
to
specific to
support it,
Stewart
because
Street
last
where
time
they're
I
at.
think we weren't sure that we had leadership to support it, but if we do now, we can.
Well, we had neighbors that did
So
not
what-
want it.
What I would like to recommend then is I've had a lot of people request the 3 things that I mentioned. And why don't we see if that helps before we get that committee? The one lane, the no left turn, removing the left turn.
Are you talking about the little alley between
Yes.
the business across the street from St. Charles?
No, you're talking about taking away the left turn on Oxford.
The left turn lane. Remove this left turn lane right here that goes this way, so this traffic can flow.
So you're talking about removing the actual lane?
Yes.
Okay, so let me
It's
ask.
not blocked in, it's just opened up. So the road is still wide open, it just doesn't have the left turn lane in that yellow mark. Can you?
And I kinda push that, the left turn lane being gone, because I've had a truck stop and literally have to back into Broadway when the loading truck is in that left turn lane and cannot pass through, and that's one of our main thoroughfares.
Other way.
Spin it around.
Other way, Brian.
So that's the alleyway
No,
you
this
don't
one
wanna
right here.
go in, and
Yeah.
you wanna remove that lane,
Yeah.
and just make it clear. Get rid of that yellow
Structure.
hash marks over there, and get rid of all this lane marking, and just have it go straight on. Get rid of that sidewalk, because I've had a lot of people recommend getting rid of that sidewalk.
The crosswalk.
Crosswalk, sorry, thank you. And then put in the no parking along the side of
I
the,
still think that would have to be its own agenda item. We'd have to see drawings, we'd have to see renderings before we can approve anything. As a point of order, I mean, I think that we have to slow down, and we can't just approve it because people said that we should do this. And I don't disagree that these might be the appropriate solution, but we need order and process as a committee, how we would go about this. And then second, I still agree with Councilor Watley about setting up an ad hoc committee to think about a comprehensive approach to this problem. So I would recommend that we slow down and follow Councilor Watley's lead as to how to proceed.
Councilor Gwaltman, I just want to make a couple comments to you. One of them is that, we were talking about the parking issues. I just wanted for the residents here, just mention too, it's not going to be the solution for this, but just a complimentary piece. There will be additional parking on Oxmoor to the west that'll be added with that road diet. I'm sure you're aware of that, but just mentioning it, hoping that reduces the strain on, east, yes. Hopefully that reduces the strain on parking going down St. Charles. I do think additional measures are needed though. Because I will say, even though the loading zone may have been an intent, may appear possibly that it was there in collaboration with the businesses, it was also for the community as much as anything with the intent of alleviating some of the pressure you're experiencing. Obviously, it hasn't been the solution. So I'm glad that we're continuing the dialogue. And then when we look at that intersection and the crosswalk and removing it that goes into the parking spaces by Big Spoon, again, this is great for committee discussion. And I think I've seen possibly somebody did a rendering, but just extending the island in some manner and putting the crosswalk on the other side to where it actually goes sidewalk to sidewalk instead of sidewalk to, a parking lot. So I think there's some tweaks as part of an overall, plan versus, trying to just do one of them.
Yeah, and I think that's, I'm sorry, were you done? My bad.
Well, one other thing is if we have a residential, if there is something we can do initially, as like the short-term response, if we already have a residential ordinance, could Randy post a sign that says, even without tags, that just says residential parking only, as at least a deterrent initially?
Even by permit, I think, 'cause that is technically an option, I guess. You look like you had something to say.
Well, the only thing I was gonna say is I think Ms. Gear already really said it, and I think to your point about the ad hoc committee, the last time this came up, we had some people in the neighborhood that liked it and some that didn't. And so I would just say, with regard to the parking issue in the neighborhood, I'm not saying permits are bad or good. What I'm saying is there were differences of opinion in the neighborhood. There may not be now, but there were last time. And so that would be, to my point, to Andy's point about the ad hoc committee, involving those, particularly in that portion, to me sounds like a good idea, just so that we're not going too far one direction based on what the neighbors want back there. It may be that that's the solution, but I think we need to hear from them on
Okay,
that.
I agree with you. So I would say then maybe the outcome of this is, Mr. City Manager, you get to lead the ad hoc committee, or at least direct it. And the ad hoc committee is focused on the solution for parking along St. Charles beyond Stewart.
You can appoint it. You can appoint the committee. Within-
This is his agenda item. I'm gonna let him do it.
Okay.
So, I don't work full-time at the city, so. Additionally, the issues on Oxmoor and the first section of St. Charles will be handled by our city engineer, since in collaboration with the city manager, for solving for placement of crosswalk, remediation of a turn lane. That turn lane is largely ineffective because most people drive in it because cars stick out so far anyway.
Right.
But there's too many moving parts, in my opinion, for that to be solved with this agenda item. Maybe it's moving the crosswalk, I guess that would be west to the next sidewalk down. I
right.
feel like one needs to be there.
Another
So-
reason to close off that alley is to do that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that because it's the people park back there, yeah.
You still turn right.
But that's an option too that can be
Expel.
discussed.
Mhm.
So I'm not trying to just dole out work to people here, but
Well, that'll slow traffic down too.
yeah. So, is the committee,
What is her?
I'll make a motion to form an ad hoc committee of citizens and employees of the city.
okay, hold your motion. Were there any other comments or questions that anybody wanted to make?
I have
Yes, lady.
one. Carolyn Herb, 121 Windsor Drive. I am not saying this to be, to point anything out other than what we're solving for is lack of planning. All of these businesses were opened in Edgewood. All these extra businesses without proper parking. So that's what we're solving for. We're solving for lack of parking. So when we open up new businesses in the future, could part of the planning process be adequate parking? Then we wouldn't be having to address these things on the back end.
Mr. Kendrick, would you like to address that?
Yeah, Ms. Herb,
Thank you.
there's nobody that has parking that's in Edgewood. There's no business in Edgewood that has any dirt to park cars, except on the public streets.
That's correct.
It's where it's
And
been
that's a
all
problem.
my
And
life.
that's the problem.
So, but if we legally put a requirement on a
Public parking
business
lots.
today, say you're in the middle of that block, you're where, let's say whatever.
Sam's Deli.
Yeah, Sam's Deli is. They decide to redo the business and, open up as a hot dog stand or whatever it is. They open up and we say, oh, no, you can't open now because you've got to go find somewhere in this area 10, 20 parking spots. What do, Mike? They sue us.
Well, it's-
Mm-hmm.
And then we lose.
I think her point is,
We're
as we
adding
also
parking
look at
spots.
future development, that this needs to be a part of the conversation.
Right. It's
No
been
discussion
there for
of
100
parking in
years.
Creekside in that earlier presentation.
Yeah,
Right, but that's
it's
not the
like,
issue here.
there is public parking, it's parking on the street. There's a
Right.
turn lane right there at that intersection that y'all have been looking at. One of the turn lanes goes into the businesses right across the street, not into another street. So eliminate that turn lane and put more parking in. So, I mean, what we're seeing here is, like, there used to not be that many businesses in Edgewood. The antique store was split up into how many businesses? Okay.
It was a grocery store before
The city
that.
doesn't control the businesses that go there. I know what you're saying. The city has no control over the fact that that property got bought and split and.
But can you not have a minimum number of businesses that can operate in any?
I don't know about our zoning.
Mr.
If you wanna
Kendrick?
take their property, you wanna take that, that's a taking. He says you can't have a
It's not our
business.
property.
Everybody else on that street is zoned the same way.
So they
They have
could.
the same rights as, every business has the same right in that zone.
Okay, so you could actually subdivide that up into little parcels the size of the little bar that's there. Have that many businesses there because.
Yes, in theory, yes.
Yeah, they're,
If that building owner decides.
no
to sell
business
it-
in Edgewood has any parking requirements. Cause nobody owns any dirt for parking.
And it's the same in downtown.
Yeah.
It's the same right here in the building in front of us and the building behind us.
That's right.
And on 18th.
And it's a challenge.
But I just think we
but
need to think about that for future development, I think is her point.
Well,
Don't
we
hear from
certainly.
me on parking. Edgewood has been there for 100 years.
Yeah, greenfield development, 100%. I mean, I think
Yeah.
those have totally different sets of regulations. You know, we saw that with, you know, other developments occur in the city. But we are seeking, like Councilor Sims mentioned, we are seeking to add parking spots. We have them coming on the Oxmoor Road diet, which is what, 30 some odd parking spots? It's not a ton, but it's something.
And
The
we got a lot
problem
of
is
complaints about that.
we have gotten complaints about it, but the larger problem is the parking inventory, the largest owners of parking inventory do not want to allow the city to enter into agreement to use that parking.
Be in
We could
Sanford.
mitigate.
That's Sanford. Not
Oh,
Sanford,
no.
that's Dawson. I'm sorry.
I wasn't gonna name names, but we could mitigate a large number of our parking issues if those people would enter into an agreement with the city. But every
Okay.
time we bring those issues up, we are stonewalled.
Okay, I know for a fact that Dawson has offered to work with the city.
That is incorrect.
On
I literally have the
parking.
written details from the
Wait,
mayor's
wait,
meeting.
wait, not in the deck, but in the open parking.
The specifics that came out of that meeting was that only the employees could use it, but we could not sign it, saying it was available for employees. We could only send a letter to the ownership of the businesses, and actually, there were
Just
some.
signed another version of it today.
Yeah, so we do
You're right.
routinely, because we know there's turnover in the businesses, we routinely send them this letter that Mayor McCluskey started after he met with Dawson at least 3 times. I literally have from the meetings, he called me and I wrote it all down. But all that to be said, we are trying to encourage them to, you know, park there, but we can't sign it. If you would like to, provide us your address and your name, you're welcome to speak next. Are you done, Ms. Hart?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Next.
Me. Miss Parking here, Miss Homewood Parking. I just don't understand, you all are sitting here today talking about parking, and more parking. And yet, you all want to take the jail.
That is not what we're discussing here.
I know you're not, but I'm just trying to make a point that we need parking. I mean, parking is an issue in Homewood, period. I don't care whether you're in Edgewood or here. And you all kind of turn a deaf ear to it.
I disagree with that completely.
Well,
That's why we're
that's your
having a
opinion,
discussion.
And that's my opinion.
That's why we're trying to find a solution at every chance we get down in Edgewood and downtown. Mr. Smith actually has recycling plans for downtown right now to add parking spaces. We're trying to find additional parking wherever we can. So to the issue at hand with Oxmoor, is there any objection to the ad hoc committee managed by Mr. Adams and for Stewart back down St. Charles and then, Director Smith handling the Oxmoor portion in coordination with everybody?
I'd just like to add one more thought that was mentioned earlier. I don't have any problem with what you just said. If there is a way to, there is a sign at the intersection of Stewart and St. Charles, right where you're about to enter the 200 block, and I forget what it says. It says something like neighborhood parking or.
It says local traffic.
parking. If we could change that, I don't know if we can, but if we could in the meantime, change that sign to residential parking only, I don't know if that we can. But if we could authorize that, just to see if it would make a difference.
I think people will park there until they get ticketed or.
It's possible. Maybe we don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, Mike.
Well, you can put a signage, but how do you
We
enforce it?
can't do much
Yeah,
about it.
I guess I just wonder how, if it would alleviate it.
I gave Melanie an ordinance for residential parking a couple of years ago.
You did give it to me a year ago, and we didn't have any, we talked about it in a meeting, and there was no.
I don't know whether the sign would help or not. It can't be enforced because we haven't figured out how to issue permits yet. And what it's requiring is to issue permits.
That's fine.
Now, it may still help. I don't know
That's
whether it
fine.
would or not.
That's fine.
But just I want everyone to
Well,
understand we have no way to enforce it until we do that.
We won't worry about it.
I don't want the cart before the horse, because often we pass something and we don't have the logistics or the process behind it. So it needs to have the teeth, it needs to have the enforcement mechanisms, who hands out the passes, what's the trigger for getting a pass, what's the radius or the
Sure,
streets. I
sure.
think all that stuff needs to be documented, hence the committee.
Okay, I just have one quick question. The part that I heard that was concerning from from the main viaduct on Oxmoor was that, you know, fire truck can't get through. Mr. Smith, you indicated that you've already studied this area, that left turn lane going westbound. Is there anything we can do with that, just that part right now? Since it's been studied and looked at, that whole intersection has been.
The turn lane in front of OD's that turns left into the
Turns
alleyway.
left into the alleyway to go back behind.
Well, I haven't really looked at the turn lane. I know Glenn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Glenn and I discussed it.
There's no ordinance that defines that turn lane, it's
Yeah.
just painted on
Right.
And the only time we're hung up there is if there's a delivery truck parked in there.
Right.
They just can't get through.
Yeah.
With them parked on the side and a delivery truck in the turn lane, particularly the truck company, the largest ladder we have, has had to back out and go around
Sure.
several times.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So whether we stop them from parking in that turn lane or we get rid of the turn lane.
I think it was, the discussion had been restriping that area, and, I mean, as a driver going through there, I try to hug right up on the center line anyway, because it's so tight with those, the cars
Thank
parked
you,
in the
Councilor
lots.
Warburton. I think I heard Mr. Harden. Did you have
I
something?
had a motion, I think, to form an ad hoc committee of citizens and folks from the city. I don't know how to say the makeup. And just over the next 30 days, if we could come up with
I think 30 days is an excellent duration.
some solution.
I would second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to form an ad hoc committee, primarily, like we discussed before, primarily for Stewart, down St. Charles, managed by the city manager, and then solutions for Oxmoor and St. Charles to Stewart, handled by engineering. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 4-0. 360425, request for permission to allow parking space in the right-of-way at 908 Highland Road.
35,
Oh,
but
that's
we're gonna
the-
carry that over.
Oh, yeah, I'm
It's
sorry,
okay.
I'd already marked it carried over
Yep.
because of your commentary. Yeah, 350425, we will carry that over at the request of Councilor Wolverton. Now to 360425, request for permission to allow parking spot at 908 Highland Road.
Amy's trying to do her part to add parking on Irving.
Yeah.
With this request.
Highland?
There's a drawing, Brian, a site plan.
She sent me she just sent me a
Good gravy.
We got parking spot now, see? Come on back.
Oh, can you pull up the PDF that I sent? No, keep going. Yeah, right here. That's the parking space, so this is Irving?
Yes.
And that's the parking space that she wants to build on to.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
What's it called?
Irving is where?
So if you keep going down St. Charles, the last street that you turn left on.
Right.
The other issue with Irving is.
I was trying to see which, in this drawing, which,
Yeah.
I know where, I
That's the
do know where
parking
Irving
space. Will you
is.
go to Street View, Brian?
That would be helpful, Street View would be great.
Also, I mean, this isn't part of this discussion, but if y'all do that ad hoc committee and you're discussing residential permits, think about how broad that neighborhood, because then people coming to the garden won't have a residential permit.
Right.
And then this is the street going into the middle school, and people are parking on both sides of the street, and it's very difficult for cars to get through going to schools in the morning as well, so you might wanna, think about yellow striping one side.
Here it is, student observation.
Probably one way in that street.
That's Highland, yeah.
Yeah, it's on the
It's the other
back side.
side.
It's on Irving, not Highland.
The address of the garden is Highland.
Yeah. 913 Irving is the address of the parking lot.
Spin around, Brian?
You can go cut through the alley, that's fine.
Hey, look, parking in the alley. And that is.
Too
a
close
big-
to fire hydrant.
Yeah, that's a very valid
Ticket.
point. We do receive lots of complaints about parking on Irving as well, because it is very congested and it is very impassable when two cars park there. So, it's that precedent where.
That's right about there. Yep.
So where this black Forerunner is, she would carve out it in toward her property and put a concrete
It
parking.
wouldn't be in the street, it would be in the.
Yeah, we'd be
Inside.
taking up some of the garbage.
So just one parking spot?
I was told that we could only fit one. I'd be happy to fit more if we could, but I was told that we could only.
Did I
fit
tell you
one.
that?
I think so. And
I don't remember.
Well,
that,
and
that's
also
okay.
Goodwin Mills and Kaywood, when they did the original design, said that we could only fit one, and Tara Barber, who's redone the construction design, said, also confirmed.
Oh, from a,
that
just from a.
because of the
Right,
size
right, right.
standpoint.
Right, got it.
Because like I asked them to look at if we could do angled off-street parking, but they said we could only do like the parallel,
Yeah, you
and that
can,
would be
yeah.
one car. And if we did it on this lower side, you've got that magnolia tree to contend with. Because you've got the power pole there, which I'd love to get that old power pole removed, Randy.
Well, power.
Yeah.
So it's just
Probably
sitting there.
passing ordinance for that. Yeah. So, discussion about the parking spot, committee and public, are either of you here to talk about this item? No? Okay.
Although Britton did help design before, when he worked with GNC.
I did say one parking spot would fit.
It sounds like one parking spot is the best way to go. Any other questions? Motions?
I'll make a
Thoughts?
motion to approve Uno parking spot.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by Councilor Grant and seconded by Councilor Harden. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed nay. The ayes have it, 4-0.
Thank
Um,
you. I know. Got my bedtime alarm went off about
Y'all are
that.
obviously not here for my committee, but I'm so sorry.
Good
that
night.
your items were up tonight. I'm adjourned.
Let's
All right,
do
let's
this. Leroy?
How fast can you make this?
That's a very good question. It's not my item, so.
Brian. Public Works Committee meeting for May 5th, 2025. Councilor Wolverton.
Here.
Gear. Sims.
Here.
Is that Harden?
Here.
Hey. All right. We got 4. Can I have, I was gonna say, worst Cinco de Mayo ever. Can we have a
Motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes and approve.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Counselor Sims, second by Counselor Harden. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 4-0. We have no old business. We have one item under new business, 370425. Request permission to allow planted trees to remain in the right-of-way at 214 Edgewood Boulevard, brought to us by Cale Smith. Brian, do you have any pictures of this already?
I did.
Some street view, that'd be great.
This is the pink house, and Britton is here to talk about the project, but Britton put together a good diagram.
Yeah.
Well, who's asking for it to be brought up? Is it written on?
No, Mobley, I sent you the owner's name. in an email.
Okay.
So what we've had happen is we have planted trees in the right-of-way. When this project was originally permitted, an older set of ordinances were in place where a landscape plan was not required to get the land disturbance permit, so nobody caught that this was gonna be an issue. And as trees were going in the ground about 2 or 3 weeks ago, building inspector noticed it and informed us and said that we had to get approval. Trees, however, were already offloaded by crane, and trucks had left, crane had left. So we had to get them out of the road, out of the alley, and so we stuck them in the holes that were dug. But we do need retroactive approval to leave them, and if it's not approved, then we have to cut them down because they are all large caliber trees. The two that in this photo are 2 magnolias, a 10-inch and a 12-inch caliper tree. And then there's some more that went down between the road and the new swimming pool that are in. It's screening pool equipment, screening the property. All the trees that have been chosen for that space were chosen to stay out of power lines, to stay out of pool equipment. Everything's tight. We tried to do our due diligence before the ordinance was even in place that had requirements on setbacks from power lines, setbacks from sidewalks. It somehow just missed the fact that there had to be approval to be in the right of way. So.
Well, that part's not been different. I mean, that part was unchanged. That you can't plant trees in the right of way to begin with. That's not a new ordinance. Correct? None of that changed. I've driven by the property. I don't know what would have been approved or not approved. I know that we have had several issues like this around the city in the past. I know that we have considered trees that are touching as a fence or barrier that's in violation. When I drove by the property, it looked like it was in violation. There's also not a silt fence. There's other safeguards that are supposed to be in place during construction that seem to be in violation right now. I'm having a hard time personally even considering it, but I'm open to what others are thinking, or the home has been renovated for years and years and years. I don't think that we've had issues in the past with other landscape companies that do business in Homewood reporting that they didn't know what the ordinances were. I just don't, at this point, I mean, being almost a decade in and hearing this over and over and over again, I struggle.
Well, my thoughts are more related aesthetically, because this huge house was built on this corner of this property, on the back corner, and I kind of think that the neighbors would appreciate some green things sort of blocking it in,
It's
honestly.
already got 25 variances, so why not give it another one?
Well,
You hear the neighbors want the trees to block it?
Yeah.
Block the view?
I haven't heard that.
It was covered, the property was
She
pretty
said I
much
think they
covered
might.
with perimeter greenery before they started. You could really barely see in the property. I don't know where the
Yeah.
greenery, if it was in the
I
right of
agree.
way or what, but
Yeah, I mean,
you really couldn't see what was inside. And when they tore down the structure that was in the back there and built that huge house that they're living in, and, I mean, that would be my preference is not even really related to the ordinance as much as it is just.
Cale, how far out of or in the right of way are the trees?
They're marked right here on the diagram to the left.
We're talking about this guy, and then this hedge. And we're
Yeah,
calling
look
these
at that,
trees-
guys. That's
Most
insane.
of them are hedges.
Okay, and why is moving them inside the right of way not being considered?
Because you have a pool that's right here.
Okay, but
pool deck.
is the pool new construction?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a planning problem in my opinion. I mean, you guys know where the right of way is when you're drawing this. I don't believe that we can be this naive to be in this position right now.
What happened is, when we thought that the landscape drawings were going to go to permitting and get reviewed, the landscape plans never made it before the permitting department by the contractor because he wasn't required to put them in because we met our minimum tree density. And so the plan never made it in front of anybody to catch. And I will say that this project was inherited from one firm to another, and I think some of that translation is where some of this.
But you guys don't use a survey when you
We have
plop
the
trees down
survey.
and decide where they're gonna go? I mean, that's just my take. I mean, I just think it's
it was
sloppy
missed.
not doing due diligence, and it's a whole lot of trees. I mean,
A whole lot of really big trees.
really large caliper trees. I mean, 14, 15 of them right there.
Well, if they come out, I am in
I
a catch
mean-
22 where I have to come back and I'll have to request another variance to have something else planted here to screen the pool equipment that I didn't have any say over. So I know we're all trying to get this done. I know we're trying to get our CO so that we can all get this out of everybody's hair, mine included.
They're already living there. What do you mean a CO?
They're not.
I don't know.
They're
They're
not living there?
It's not
Oh, I
living
thought
there.
somebody said they're living in the large house already. Jennifer maybe, but.
It was missed. I mean,
It's a big mess. This isn't like one person planted a dogwood in the median between the sidewalk and the street. And again, it's in violation, in my opinion, based on what we've talked about in the past, of the fence variance as well, in that these are all touching. I mean, you basically just said they're there to create a visual barrier in which it would be, I mean, we're talking about a violation on multiple fronts, in my opinion, even though it's just one item for the right-of-way issue.
Right.
Front building lot? Well, I thought we did a fence variance.
There is a fence variance for the
Yeah,
property.
I think we did a
It's a
variance.
wall though, it's a stone wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not this.
We also did a pool.
No,
Well,
there's
there-
two variances related to the fence on this site. One is that the fence along Roseland can be on the property line, and the second is that this retaining wall could be built back in its pre-existing footprint within the right-of-way.
Yeah.
Within the right-of-way.
Within the right-of-way.
So then we definitely knew where the right-of-way was.
Yeah, I mean, I walk by this every morning, back and forth, and, I mean, I've never seen trees that big being planted. They're enormous. And it's a lot of trees. I mean, I'm not on the committee, I don't have a vote, but it's a lot of trees that are sitting in the right of way. It's
only gonna get worse for sidewalks and roads.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Berkeley needs sidewalk.
yeah, I don't know if Berkeley's looked at the trees that are going right next to the sidewalk.
Don't draw attention to it. Don't draw attention to it.
Yeah, what do you think, Berkeley?
Well, I mean, yeah, Berkeley, if you have commentary, go ahead. I was just gonna say
Y'all know
that.
how I feel about that. I mean, the problem's not now, it's 10, 15 years down the road. And I'm, nothing against the project, I don't know anything about it, but I know what I've dealt with over the last 6 months of redoing our sidewalks in-house.
Trees in the right of way.
I mean, Glenn sent me an email, I mean, we're dealing with some on Acton.
Right.
And I mean, look, and I love trees, I love them, but they're not meant to be put in a space like that, because the roots are gonna grow. And they're gonna bust the sidewalks, they're gonna bust the concrete, they're gonna bust the curbing, and a lot of them will get out into the asphalt. I mean, that's the only thing that I tell you when we look at that, because it's not right now, it's 10, 15, 20 years down the road, and I'm telling you, they're gonna bust that sidewalk. That's just a common theme for it.
Can you tell us about these trees that are already really big? Are they meant to get double in size? Do you?
They will increase in height, but width-wise, they're about max of what they're supposed to be. We picked all of these cultivars to be very tight. It's Green Mile, Green Shadow, Alta Magnolias. These all stay within 10 to 12 feet width-wise. They were all picked at this size, knowing that they're not going to get much bigger width-wise. The trees that are, we're calling them trees, these are large hollies. 5 to 6 of them are. All maintainable by shearing. They're not gonna have canopies that go out. They should all stay tighter than what was there previously. They shouldn't be having wisteria get up over the power line. The idea was that we're putting something back that wasn't a headache for the utility company or for the city to try and keep off the power lines.
Is it gonna have roots that are as bad as like an oak planted it there, or do you have any idea about that?
John Harden.
Generally, the
Harden.
He
the
left.
hollies are not going to, just because their canopies aren't gonna be spreading out. So,
Okay.
So the magnolia that's pictured, or in the diagram, is actually the magnolia that's at elevation up away from the sidewalk?
The picture doesn't show everything that's in there already.
no, this picture was taken and sent to Cale before we got everything else out of the alleyway and out of the road.
Yeah,
This is all planted now.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a whole row.
You can't see any.
That you can't see right here.
Yeah. I was, okay. But what's up at the at elevation in front of the house is a magnolia, right?
Yeah, so.
I'm just trying to get it.
That was existing, though.
No, that's a new tree.
Oh, that was a new tree too? Oh, it's a huge tree.
Right.
And is that a grand flora magnolia?
It's a sweet bay, so
It
it's
is a
not,
sweet
it's
bay,
not gonna
okay.
billow out over the sidewalk.
I mean, I was just trying to figure out as far as if we're looking at sidewalk impact, like the impact of that one, you know, and as far as the
That
rest.
looks like it's retaining wall.
Yeah.
At that point, based on the elevation.
I mean, there's. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say I could carry it over, but I guess I can just go look at it before next Monday too. But you know, we can send it out with a motion and and just go out and look, but I have to make a motion in the positive side, motion to approve.
My own, I'm sorry.
Go
You made
ahead.
a motion, I don't want to interrupt the motion in a second.
Okay.
Second.
All right, discussion.
My only statement is, you ought to go look at this, because this is different than all the others we've ever considered.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's-
It is very
Well,
different, and I
and-
just want everyone to see it so that they, doesn't, I don't care what you end up doing with it, that's up to y'all. But I do think everyone should go see it, because it is not the average one that we've gotten. We've never had one even close to this.
Right, well.
And I've seen it, that's probably
Yeah.
why I'm.
You know, that was possibly my fault then, because I mean, I definitely don't have the information I need to vote on it. I mean, and these things are meant to be hashed out in committee, unless everybody feels like they can make it by next Monday. We could,
I'm happy to rescind my second.
yeah, I'll just rescind my motion then if that's,
And carry it over.
and carry it over.
Give us time to look at it. I mean, I was gonna go with it because during the discussion, I thought we agreed to the fact that they were gonna still maintain the privacy that was initially there. So, but I have not laid eyes.
I will tell you that,
Yeah.
I may be wrong, I know you go out and measure.
That was a
But
fence
what was
thing.
there is different than what's there now.
And I'll make a note too, even with rescinding the motion, that, you know, next time we meet will be May 19th, so it'll be committee and council, so everybody please.
Oh, that's.
Well, you could send it out with that recommendation, and we could vote
Well,
on it in council too.
we'll still meet the 12th for council, but I'm saying if I carry it over to committee, it'll be council and committee on the 19th.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a good point.
Okay, so we're, without objection, we'll carry it over, that's what I heard. And that's it for Public Works tonight. We stand adjourned.
All right, Bo, I'm ready when you are.
Brian, good. Special Issues Committee meeting for May 5th, 2025. Counselor Sims.
Here.
Gear.
Here.
Alamon.
Here.
Smith. Andrus.
Here.
You sure?
All right, thanks, Bo. So we have the minutes from February 17th, 2025. Can I get a motion to this? Great, thank you.
Second.
That is a motion by Counselor Aliman and a second by Counselor Andrus. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, great, thanks. We have no old business, new business. 380425, request for consideration of a sign variance at 2822 Central Avenue, Suite A, Jared
Last one,
Lewis.
last one.
Central Avenue Holdings
Cupcakes.
LLC.
Cupcakes.
And Wyatt Pugh, who's not here this evening. So,
Yeah,
Kale,
I'm
could you
covered from
get us
Wyatt.
started?
And Katie's here.
And Katie
too.
Lincoln,
She's
Lincoln
been
Holdings.
here
Sorry.
for 4 hours.
Thank you, Katie.
You have a cupcake too.
Yeah, you get a cupcake.
The issue is with the image.
Yeah.
There's a max letter or imaging height that's allowed is 24 inches, and this one's 36.
Is this the old caliber?
Is this the?
Is the old
I was
caliber
just,
building?
I was just like, whoa! I just like to make sure. So this is the request for the variance. And just remember, needs to be set for a public hearing.
Without recommendation, pending public hearing, I move.
Second.
We gotta set the public hearing,
And set the public hearing
For what date, Mike?
you can have it on the 9th.
June 9th.
June 9th?
That's the same night as.
Okay. All right.
Sanford.
Does anybody have questions for Katie? She's been
Katie,
here.
so you have one variance request only, and that is the character size. Is that correct?
And it's not lit or anything.
And she
Not
waited
lit,
4
and
hours.
this was the old caliber sign. I basically said I loved the way that looked. I thought it gave them great identity and branding, and that's what I'm hoping to replicate. I think it looks good and will help me get, the traction I need for my business.
And I think, yeah, and just to clarify, that building does have a parking lot in front of it, so it's not directly on the street. It's set back from the street because of the parking lot in front of it.
Katie has been a very good servant to the city.
Still made the same
Katie,
motion.
I think you just answered this question, but I couldn't hear the response. What type of business establishment is
It's a
this?
commercial real estate office.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second.
Carlos.
Yes.
And that's sending out without recommendation pending the public hearing, which was set for June 9th, 2025. All in favor? Aye.
Can we set it for a different night, or?
Yeah,
do
so
you
she
wanna-
doesn't have to be there for the same
Okay.
thing.
I mean, what do you think? Yeah.
So
President-
Mike, we
President
can't do it on the,
Jones.
we can't do it on the
President
19th.
Jones,
You have
that,
7 days, and if you set it on the 12th, the next meeting is not
Oh.
7 days.
so President Jones, she's popping up on June 9th for a public hearing. Could we take her out of order?
Yeah, we'll
So
take
to make her sit through all
Okay.
that with Sanford?
Okay, there you go.
That's your prize for waiting this evening.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
That's a good idea.
Should we vote?
I thought,
We did.
we did, I think, vote. Did you get the vote?
Yes. Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Without any further discussion, we're adjourned.
Woo! Lord.
And eat a cupcake.
Yeah.
No more signage ordinance.
sign it.
Thank